Only two. So how about history? You're good, comfortable, both of you? No, why? Marchipotunnaru. Okay. So what's the main difficulty you observed? Facts, huh? Okay. You? Same problem. So you are sitting for 24, both of you. Yes or no? No, you're not sitting. Okay. Okay. See, first thing, today we'll be discussing ancient history. Okay. So in ancient history, you need to focus on these major things to have good score. Okay. So how many questions are coming from history in average? Minimum 15, maximum 20 questions. Last year, if you have seen in 23, how many? 21 questions appeared from history, entire history I'm saying, not segregated. So ancient, medieval, and we have modern, including art and culture. We have 21 questions coming. That means how many? 42 marks coming in 2023. So you cannot ignore history. It is very easy once if you revise and you have one strategy in revision also, then it will definitely help you. So first thing is, with respect to ancient history, how to remember. So you know ancient history is full of facts. So there is so many stories and we have timelines also you have to remember and different factual things. So how you will identify which are the things you have to focus is PYQs. Okay, so you have to go through previous year questions, then you'll understand what is the examiner expecting from you people. Okay, so then what are the areas you have to focus upon? So these will be understood once if you check the prerequisites, whether they're asking on the literary aspects or they're asking the architectural aspects or they're asking administrative aspects or the chronological order. All these things you'll understand once if you go through prerequisites. Okay, so whatever the time you have, for those who are sitting in 2024, you have to focus more on PYQs. Okay, so is bilingual mode okay for you all? Okay, so for YouTube viewers also have to take bilingual. Okay, so మెయిన్గా PYQsలో ట్రెండ్స్ అనేది అర్థమవుతాయి. ఓకే, అట్లీస్ట్ ఇఫ్ యూ హ్యావ్ టైమ్ గో ఫర్ 10 years, అదర్వైజ్ అట్లీస్ట్ మినిమం 5 years back from 23. Okay, so you go and then check the PYQs 5 to 10 years. This is what you have to do. Then sources. What are the sources you generally have to refer? Ancient Indian History by R.S. Sharma. That is the old NCRT. తర్వాత న్యూ ఎన్సీఆర్టీస్ కూడా ఉన్నాయి కదా, న్యూ ఎన్సీఆర్టీస్ నుంచి డైరెక్ట్ క్వశ్చన్స్ వస్తున్నాయి. యూ కెనాట్ ఇగ్నోర్ న్యూ ఎన్సీఆర్టీస్. ఓకే, న్యూ ఎన్సీఆర్టీ అంటే ఏంటి? 6th class అవర్ పాస్ 1 ఉంది, అది ఏన్షియంట్ హిస్టరీకి సంబంధించి. ఓకే, సో ఇట్ ఇస్ వెరీ స్మాల్ బుక్. 6th standard అంటే యూ కెన్ రీడ్ ఇట్ ఇన్ ఎ డే ఆల్సో, ఇన్ హాఫ్ డే ఆల్సో. సో అవర్ పాస్ట్ 1 అనేది చదవాలి. దాంతోపాటు థీమ్స్ ఇన్ ఇండియన్ హిస్టరీ 12th standard లో థీమ్స్ ఇన్ ఇండియన్ హిస్టరీ పార్ట్ 1, ఇది ఏన్షియంట్ హిస్టరీకి సంబంధించి. ఓకే, సో రేపు మెడివల్ డిస్కస్ చేస్తే మనం అవర్ పాస్ట్ 2 అనేది 7th standard లో చదువుతారు. థీమ్స్ ఇన్ ఇండియన్ హిస్టరీ 12th section లోని సెకండ్ పార్ట్ ఆఫ్ ద బుక్ అనేది మెడివల్ గురించి ఉంటుంది, అది చదవాలి. మోడర్న్ అనేది థర్డ్ పార్ట్. అలా డివిజన్స్ ఉన్నాయి. సో ఇవి చదివితే ఏంటంటే డైరెక్ట్ క్వశ్చన్స్ వస్తున్నాయి. ఎంత డైరెక్ట్ అంటే ఈ క్వశ్చన్స్ ఈ పర్టికులర్ ఎన్సీఆర్టీస్ నుంచి ఇమేజెస్ కానీ టేబుల్స్ కానీ క్రొనలాజికల్ ఆర్డర్ వాళ్ళు ఏదైతే మెన్షన్ చేశారో వాటన్నిటి నుంచి కూడా క్వశ్చన్స్ అనేవి డైరెక్ట్ గా వస్తున్నాయి. సో యూ కెనాట్ ఇగ్నోర్. ఆర్ఎస్ శర్మ ఒకటి చదివి లేకపోతే వేరే క్లాస్ నోట్స్ మెటీరియల్ చదివితే ఇట్ విల్ నాట్. ఓకే, సో క్వశ్చన్స్ దీని నుంచి వచ్చాక చాలా ఈజీగా ఉన్నాయి వన్స్ ఇఫ్ యూ గో త్రూ. దెన్ టైమ్ లైన్ ఈస్ వెరీ మచ్ ఇంపార్టెంట్. అసలు హిస్టరీ మొత్తం అర్థం చేసుకోవాలంటే ఫస్ట్ థింగ్ యూ హ్యావ్ టు నో ఇస్ టైమ్ లైన్. ఏన్షియంట్ కానీ మెడైవల్ కానీ దెన్ యూ హ్యావ్ మోడర్న్ కానీ. సో అన్నిటికీ కూడా టైమ్ లైన్ సీక్వెన్స్ ఆఫ్ ఈవెంట్స్ అర్థం చేసుకుంటే యూ కెన్ ఆన్సర్ మెనీ ఆఫ్ ద క్వశ్చన్స్. Okay, then terminology based questions are appearing most often. Okay, so terminology based questions అంటే ఏంటి? ఒక టర్మ్ ఇచ్చారు. ఫర్ ఎగ్జాంపుల్ హుండీ అనే క్వశ్చన్ ఇచ్చారు ఇంతకు ముందు 2 years బ్యాక్. హుండీ అనేది ఏంటి అని అడిగారు. సో దర్ ఆస్కింగ్ ఆర్ కాయిన్ నేమ్ ఇస్తున్నారు, ఇది ఏంటి అని అడుగుతున్నారు డిస్క్రిప్షన్ అనేది. సో డైరెక్ట్ క్వశ్చనే, బట్ ఓన్లీ వన్స్ ఇఫ్ యూ నో ద టర్మినాలజీ యూ కెన్ ఆన్సర్. సో దట్ ఈస్ వాట్ అనదర్ టర్మ్. దెన్ ఆర్ట్ అండ్ కల్చర్, ఇది ఎక్కువ ఫోకస్ చేస్తారు. ఎప్పుడైనా కూడా కింగ్డమ్స్ లో హిస్టరీలో ఎవరెవరిని డిఫీట్ చేశారు అనే దానికంటే కూడా what are the art and cultural aspects of that kingdom, how they have contributed to the society or administrative things అనేది మోస్ట్ ఇంపార్టెంట్ అనమాట. సో ఆర్ట్ అండ్ కల్చర్ పాయింట్ ఆఫ్ వ్యూలో ఇది చాలా ఇంపార్టెంట్. అన్ని కింగ్డమ్స్ మేజర్ కింగ్డమ్స్ వాళ్ళ కల్చరల్ కాంట్రిబ్యూషన్స్ ఏంటనేది యూ హ్యావ్ టు లుక్ ఇన్ టు. దెన్ ఫోకస్ ఏరియాస్. సో ఫోకస్ ఏరియాస్ లో ప్రతి కింగ్డమ్ లో మనం ఏం చూడాలి, ఏదైనా మనం పర్టికులర్ హిస్టారికల్ ఆస్పెక్ట్ చూస్తుంటే యూ హ్యావ్ టు గో త్రూ అడ్మినిస్ట్రేషన్ ఆస్పెక్ట్, దెన్ సొసైటీ, పాలిటీ, ఎకానమీ, ఎస్ఎన్టీ, రిలీజన్, ఆ టైంలో ఏది ప్రివిలెన్స్ లో ఉంది అనేది తెలుసుకోవాలి. ఇవన్నీ ఫ్యాక్చువల్ ఇన్ఫర్మేషన్. సో అడ్మినిస్ట్రేషన్ లో కూడా మీకు గుర్తుంటే 2 years బ్యాక్ మొఘల్స్ గురించి అడిగారు. సభ అలా ఇచ్చి ఆర్డర్ లో అంటే ఫ్రమ్ ద హైయెస్ట్ టు ద లోయెస్ట్ అరేంజ్ చేయమని ఇచ్చారనమాట. సో అలాంటి క్వశ్చన్స్ అన్ని కూడా అడ్మినిస్ట్రేటివ్ ఆస్పెక్ట్స్. సో ఒకవేళ డిపార్ట్మెంట్స్ ఇచ్చి వాళ్ళ హెడ్స్ అడగొచ్చు, డిపార్ట్మెంట్స్ ని మ్యాచ్ చేయమని అడగొచ్చు. ఓకే, స్లేవ్ డిపార్ట్మెంట్ ఎవరు, అగ్రికల్చర్ డిపార్ట్మెంట్ ఏంటి, ఇట్లాంటివి అడగొచ్చు. సో అలాంటివన్నీ కూడా అడ్మినిస్ట్రేటివ్ ఆస్పెక్ట్స్ అనమాట. ఇవి ఫోకస్ చేయాల్సి ఉంటాయి ప్రతి కింగ్డమ్ లో. తర్వాత డిస్క్రిప్షన్ బేస్డ్ క్వశ్చన్స్, ఇందాక నేను చెప్పినట్టు ఒక ప్యాసేజ్ లాగా ఇవ్వచ్చు. అది డిస్క్రిప్షన్ అనేది ఏన్షియంట్ హిస్టరీలో టర్మ్స్ గురించి, లేదంటే ఒక పర్టికులర్ దాని గురించి ఇవ్వచ్చు. ఫర్ ఎగ్జాంపుల్ మీకు గుర్తుంటే మాళవికాగ్నిమిత్ర గురించి ఇచ్చారు ఒకసారి. ఓకే, సో దాంట్లో ఏంటంటే లవ్ స్టోరీ ఆఫ్ అని అన్నారు. ఇన్స్టెడ్ ఆఫ్ గివింగ్ డైరెక్ట్లీ దే హ్యావ్ డిస్క్రైబ్డ్ ఇట్, అంటే మాళవికాగ్నిమిత్ర గురించి డిస్క్రిప్షన్ ఇచ్చి వాట్ ఈస్ ఇట్ రిలేటెడ్ టు అని అన్నారు, లేకపోతే హూ ఇస్ ద ఆథర్ అని అడగొచ్చు. సో అలాంటివన్నీ డిస్క్రిప్షన్ బేస్డ్ క్వశ్చన్స్ కూడా యూ కెన్ సీ అండ్ యూ కెన్ ఎక్స్పెక్ట్ ఫ్రమ్ ఏన్షియంట్ హిస్టరీ. దెన్ కరెంట్ అఫైర్స్. అసలు కరెంట్ అఫైర్స్ రిలవెన్స్ అనేది హిస్టరీలో ఉంటుందా లేదా? You'll be reading current affairs in different sections of your syllabus, but history lo current affairs ku relevance unda leda? That is what I'm asking. So what happens is, in history also you need to focus on current affairs. For example, if you have seen 2-3 years back when Prime Minister has unveiled here Ramanuja statue in Hyderabad, okay, near Shamshabad, you know, in the state, in the particular year only, they have asked a question on Ramanujacharya. So there is so much relevance. For example, at the time when we started thinking of constructing new parliament, that new parliament was inspired from one particular temple structure. So they have asked on Chaucer Yogini temple, so which was actually inspiring the new parliament structure. In that way, they can ask you. So there is some relevance of current affairs in history also. You cannot ignore current affairs. For example, ancient history lo enti even excavations kanpadtayi. For example, when we are discussing Indus Valley civilization, so Indus Valley civilization gurinchi oka particular site is so much in news. Okay, recent times that we'll discuss. But ఒక యునెస్కో వరల్డ్ హెరిటేజ్ సైట్ ఎప్పుడైతే ఇండస్ వ్యాలీకి సంబంధించి డిస్క్రైబ్ చేయబడిందో న్యూస్ పేపర్స్ లో, కరెంట్ అఫైర్స్ లో కవర్ అయిందో, దెన్ దే స్టార్టెడ్ ఆస్కింగ్ అబౌట్ దట్ పర్టికులర్ కరెంట్ అఫైర్స్ సెక్షన్. ఓకే, సో దే స్ట్రైట్లీ ఆస్క్డ్ వాట్ ఈస్ దిస్ పర్టికులర్ సైట్ ఆఫ్ ఇండస్ వ్యాలీ విచ్ ఈస్ హ్యావింగ్ దిస్ పర్టికులర్ ఫీచర్స్ అని. సో కరెంట్ అఫైర్స్ రిలవెన్స్ అనేది చాలా ఎక్కువ ఉంటుంది హిస్టరీలో కూడా. సో యూ కెనాట్ ఇగ్నోర్. సో వాట్ ఎవర్ ద సైట్స్, వాట్ ఎవర్ ద కింగ్డమ్స్ ఆర్ ఎక్స్కవేషన్స్ ఆర్ ఎనీ పర్టికులర్ కాయిన్స్ ఇఫ్ దే ఫౌండ్, any material evidence if they found, okay, so then they can ask related to that from current affairs also. Current affairs is having much relevance here. Then what are the favorite areas of UPSC? Ancient history ki vachesariki prati particular section of history lo you have certain things which you have to focus. For example, Indus Valley civilization anedi oka focus area ekkuva, ante every year ee focus areas nenu ela cheptunnanu anante మీరు ఎవ్రీ ఇయర్ ప్రీవియస్ ఇయర్ క్వశ్చన్స్ ని చెక్ చేస్తే కనుక మీకు అర్థమవుతుంది ఏ ఏరియాస్ ని ఇగ్నోర్ చేయకుండా క్వశ్చన్స్ అడుగుతున్నారు అనేది. ఓకే, సో ఇండస్ వ్యాలీ సివిలైజేషన్ యూ హ్యావ్, దెన్ వేదిక్ పీరియడ్ యూ మే హ్యావ్ one question or no, then Buddhism, Jainism you have, then Mauryas, especially Ashokan times we can have Mauryan Empire, then Guptas. Okay, so in case if they ask Shatavahanas or Harshas, Shatavahana and Harsha, so anyone they can ask you like this. So certain favorite areas are there for UPSC from which they can every year they can ask minimum one question. So in that way you have to pre-plan. Okay, so evaithe favorite areas unnayo, focus areas unnayo, avi identify chesi when you thoroughly revise them, then definitely you can score well in ancient history. So as I told you, these are the things which you have to keep in mind when you're reading ancient history. Okay, sources anevi multiply cheyoddu, because those who are preparing for 24 they have very less time. Okay, so what they have to do is they have to use the time judiciously. So for that they have to stick to the sources. Okay, don't multiply the sources, refer to the PYQs. ఒక టాపిక్ చదవగానే ప్రాక్టీస్ ద PYQs on them. You can have అంటే మనకి సెక్షనల్ గా కూడా PYQs దొరుకుతున్నాయి ఏన్షియంట్ హిస్టరీలో ఒక టాపిక్ వైజ్ సెగ్రిగేటెడ్. సో అవి చూసి ప్రీవియస్ ఇయర్స్ అనేవి సాల్వ్ చేయండి. ఓకే, దెన్ టైమ్ లైన్ ఇస్ వెరీ మచ్ ఇంపార్టెంట్. నేను ఇప్పుడు స్టార్ట్ చేసే ముందు ఐ విల్ గివ్ యూ ద బ్రీఫ్ టైమ్ లైన్. టైమ్ లైన్ అర్థం చేసుకుంటే దెన్ వీ కెన్ అండర్స్టాండ్ హిస్టరీ వెల్. Okay, then terminology is also very much important, art and culture, and these we'll discuss whenever we're discussing one particular aspect. We'll be dividing that aspect into these many things. Then description and current affairs also we'll see whatever the relevance we have, and we'll discuss some main favorite areas. So if you see the previous year questions, okay, even 23 low ancient history in Inche I have included here, okay, as we're discussing ancient. So read the first question here with reference to ancient India. They have given with respect to stupa. Stupa and the Buddhist origin and antunar. Okay, we'll decide the answer later on. Stupa gurinchi again, it was a repository or relics. Stupa was a votive and commemorative structure in the Buddhist tradition. So if you see, generally you can answer first and second statements, but if you don't know whether the third statement is correct or not, okay, again you have to take the risk, because they didn't give 1 2 3 options, but they asked how many statements are correct. Okay, so that is why I'm asking you to read NCRTs. This is clearly mentioned in 12th standard NCRT about the stupa. That is why always the paper setter will not read Upadhyay, or they don't read RSM or some other source. Okay, they will read the government publications most of the times, NCRTs. So you have to go through NCRTs. That is a basic building block of any subject. Okay, so you have to go through. ఇక్కడ స్తూపా గురించి ఇచ్చారు, ఇది అగైన్ బుద్ధిజం రియలిజం రిలేటెడ్ క్వశ్చన్. ఓకే, హౌ ఈజీ యూ కెన్ సీ ఇన్ కేస్ ఇఫ్ యూ రీడ్ ఎన్సీఆర్టీ. దెన్ దే హ్యావ్ మెన్షన్ the description based questions. ఇక్కడ 3 terms or 3 places ఇచ్చారు. What are they related? Are they capital cities, ports, or iron and steel making centers, or giant Tirthankara shrines అంటున్నారు. Again description based question, as I told you. Then you have here the term mentioned, ఇది వట్టకుర్తలు అనేది ఏంటి, సంగం poems లో again description based question, దానికి related description ఇచ్చి what is it related to or asking. Then here also again description based question. See, souls గురించి ఇచ్చారు. So which is the religion related to this particular description? Buddhism, Jainism, Shaivism, Vaishnavism, like this. And here they have asked about matching. Okay, so they're asking about sites and they're well known for. This is what you have to answer. Then again region, they're asking where is it located, the location based question. That means from the particular dynasty or the empire they have taken. Okay, that is why whenever you're reading about an empire, what are the things you have to go through? Timeline, how much they have ruled. Okay, what is the extent, geographical extent, who is the founder, who is the last ruler, what is the capital, what are the languages, or who are the famous rulers from that particular kingdom. These are the things which you have to focus upon, okay, when you're reading any empire. In this way you have to focus upon. Then let's see 22 questions also. You can see site and location, matching based questions. Okay, so these are very basic level only. Once if you know these things you can answer. Then they have asked about Sangam literature. Okay, literature aspect, and they're asking which is the correct one. Then they asked about again Jain texts, and they're asking how many are related to Jainism. So Buddhism, Jainism is always a favorite area. Then again historical aspects, and they're asking the person is associated with. Okay, so whether they are correctly matched or not, they're asking. Again here with respect to Kautilya's Ardhashastra from Mauryan Empire. So what are the things mentioned in the Ardhashastra, they're asking. Then 21 you can see, this is what I referred. So here Dolavira, it was recognized as a UNESCO World Heritage Site. Okay, in 2021 itself, when it was recognized, they have asked a question on Dolavira. If you know that Dolavira was given UNESCO World Heritage Site status, then you have to know some more things about Dolavira, which is not only mentioned in your syllabus, but you have to check some other things, okay? Because Dolavira is one of the important IBC site. Then you have to go through and then you have to check these things. So you can easily answer. There is a famous thing about water harvesting, which was practiced then by the people who are residing in Dolavira. So with that knowledge, you can answer this question. Okay. So how closely they have come, you can see. All these, if you see, all these are from India and IBC sites only. So they have given the option so close. But only if you know the correct thing that this type of things happened in Dolavira, then only you can answer. Okay. Then this particular thing they have asked after the decline of Guptas in the rise of Harshvardhan. In the meantime, okay, who are the rulers? Okay, that is what I told you. Timeline and chronology is very important. Okay, so see here they have given many options, but they also have given a clue. Okay, if you have seen Yadavas of Devagiri, are they in the ancient times? When is the timeline of Devagiri Yadavas? No, not 18th. 13th century. Okay, before the Kakatiyas, they're contemporaries to Kakatiyas, Devagiri Yadavas. If you have seen the movie also, కాకతీయ మూవీ ఏంటి, రుద్రమ్మదేవి వచ్చింది కదా. మీరు స్టార్టింగ్ లో చూస్తే దేవగిరి పశ్చిమాన దేవగిరి యాదవాస్ అట్లా అని చెప్పి బౌండరీస్ డిఫైన్ చేస్తారు. అలాంటప్పుడు మీకు ఎలాంటి సినిమాటిక్ నాలెడ్జ్ కూడా హెల్ప్ అవుతుంది ఒకవేళ చూస్తే కనుక. ఈ దేవగిరి యాదవాస్ ని రిమూవ్ చేస్తే మీకు ఎన్ని ఆప్షన్స్ పోయాయి, యూ హ్యావ్ ఓన్లీ 2 ఆప్షన్స్. సో వీటిలోంచి 3 and 4 ఇస్ షోర్. ఓకే, యూ హ్యావ్ టు చెక్ 1, 6 కానీ 2 కానీ, ఈ రెండిట్లోనే ఆప్షన్స్ ఉంటాయి. లెట్స్ సి, ఇక్కడ ఫస్ట్ ఆప్షన్ గుప్తాస్ అనే ఉంది, ఇట్ కెనాట్ బి రూల్డ్ అవుట్. ఓకే, గుప్తాస్ లోనే దేర్ కెన్ బి డిఫరెంట్ లీనియేజ్. దెన్ లెట్స్ సీ ద సెకండ్ ఆప్షన్, యూ డోంట్ నో. దెన్ ఫోర్త్ ఆప్షన్ చూడండి, మౌకరీస్ ఆఫ్ కనౌస్. కనౌస్ కూడా హర్ష రూల్ కి దగ్గరగానే ఉంది. సో రాదర్ దన్ గోయింగ్ ఫర్ 1 and 4, ఇఫ్ యూ ఎలిమినేట్ సెకండ్ ఆప్షన్ అంటే ఇంటెలిజెంట్ గెస్సింగ్ కొంచెం చేస్తే, దెన్ ఆన్సర్ హియర్ ఇస్ 2, సారీ దిస్ ఆన్సర్ ఇస్ 2, 3, 4. ఓకే, ఇవి కాదు మిగతా ఆప్షన్స్ అంటే, సారీ ఇది 2 కాదు కాబట్టి 1, 3, 4 and 6 ఇస్ ద కరెక్ట్ ఆప్షన్. ఇలా ఆన్సర్ అనేది డ్రైవ్ చేయాలి. దాన్ని ఇక్కడ చూస్తే కనుక మళ్ళీ కొంతమంది నేమ్స్ ఇచ్చారు, ఈ నేమ్స్ దేనికి రిలేటెడ్ అని అంటున్నారు, డిస్క్రిప్షన్ ఆర్ మ్యాచింగ్ బేస్డ్ క్వశ్చన్స్. దెన్ 2020లో కూడా హుండీ అనే టర్మ్ గురించి వాట్ ఈస్ ద కరెక్ట్ మ్యాచ్ అనేది అడిగారు. సో లైక్ దిస్ అగైన్ యూ హ్యావ్ ఇన్స్క్రిప్షన్స్. ఇక్కడ ఇన్స్క్రిప్షన్ లో ఇలా మెన్షన్ చేసిన రూలర్ ఎవరు అని అడుగుతున్నారు ఈ డిస్క్రిప్షన్ లో. ఓకే, విల్ గో త్రూ ఆల్ దీస్ PYQs వన్స్. మళ్ళీ ఇక్కడ కూడా చూడండి టౌన్స్ ఇచ్చారు. ఈ టౌన్స్ అనేవి దేనికి ఫేమస్, గుప్తా డైనాసిటీలో. ఓకే, అవి పోర్ట్సా, క్యాపిటల్సా, ప్లేసెసా, బుద్ధిస్ట్ సెంటర్స్ అనేది అడుగుతున్నారు. సో although they're making the questions very straight, okay, what you have to know is you just have to understand ఎలా అడుగుతున్నారు, అసలు ఎలా ప్రిపేర్ అవ్వాలని తెలిస్తే ఫస్ట్, దెన్ ఈజీ ఏన్షియన్ హిస్టరీ. ఓకే, వాట్ ఎవర్ ద హిస్టరీ, డోంట్ ఫీల్ దట్ ఐఎమ్ నాట్ రిమెంబరింగ్ ఎనీథింగ్, ఐఎమ్ నాట్ ఫీలింగ్ కాన్ఫిడెంట్, అది వదిలేయండి ఫస్ట్. ఓకే, సో రివర్స్ ఇంజనీరింగ్ అంటే ఫస్ట్ క్వశ్చన్స్ ఎలా అడుగుతున్నారో తెలుసుకుని దెన్ యూ స్టార్ట్ ప్రిపేరింగ్, దెన్ ఇట్ విల్ డెఫినెట్లీ హెల్ప్ యూ. సో ఫస్ట్ ఏంటి, హిస్టరీ అనగానే మనకి ఎప్పటి నుంచి స్టార్ట్ అయింది హిస్టరీ అనేది, ప్రీ హిస్టారిక్ టైమ్స్ నుంచి ఉంది. అంటే యాక్చువల్ గా మీకు బుక్స్, చాలా బుక్స్ లో IBC నుంచి స్టార్ట్ అవుతుంది, బట్ UPSC is also asking from prehistoric things. ఓకే, ప్రీహిస్టారిక్ థింగ్స్ అంటే ఏంటి, ఇక్కడ మనకి పేలియోలిథిక్, మీజోలిథిక్, నియోలిథిక్, కాల్కోలిథిక్ ఇవి ఉంటాయి కదా, ఆ ఏజెస్, స్టోన్ ఏజెస్ అన్ని. ఇక్కడ నుంచి తర్వాత ఏమొచ్చింది మనకి, ఇండస్ వ్యాలీ సివిలైజేషన్ వచ్చింది. ఇండస్ వ్యాలీ సివిలైజేషన్ ఎక్కడ ఎండ్ అయింది, వేదిక్ ఏజ్ తో ఎండ్ అయింది. ఎందుకంటే ఆరియన్స్ ఇన్వేడ్ అయినప్పుడు అది కూడా ఒక రీజన్ అంటాం IBC ఎండ్ అవ్వడానికి. సో ఐమ్ ఎక్స్ప్లెయినింగ్ ద టైమ్ లైన్ ఇన్ ఏ క్విక్ వే, దెన్ విల్ అండర్స్టాండ్ మోర్ ఇన్ డీటెయిల్. సో దెన్ వేదిక్ ఏజ్ తర్వాత వాట్ వీ హ్యాడ్, ఎస్ మహాజనపదాస్. సో దీంట్లో వన్ ఆఫ్ ద ఫేమస్ మహాజనపద ఇస్ మగధ. Okay, so among all Mahajanapadas, so only Magadha has made all other things into it and it has survived for long. Then Magadha nunchi Maurya. Okay, so Magadha lo 3 dynasties unnai. Last Nanda dynasty ni dethrone chesi power loki vachindi Mauryas. So Maurya nunchi మధ్యలో పోస్ట్ మౌర్యన్ కూడా ఉంది. ఓకే, ఈ పోస్ట్ మౌర్యన్ లో నార్త్ ఇండియాలో కొంతమంది, అంటే నార్త్ అండ్ నార్త్ వెస్ట్ ఇండియాలో కొంతమంది, సౌత్ ఇండియాలో కొంతమంది ఉన్నారు. ఓకే, ఇక్కడ నార్త్ ఇండియాలో ఎవరెవరు ఉన్నారు పోస్ట్ మౌర్యన్ లో, ఫస్ట్ మౌర్యాస్ ని డేత్రో చేసింది ఎవరు, శుంగాస్. ఓకే, శుంగాస్. దెన్ శుంగాస్ ని ఎవరు రీప్లేస్ చేశారు, కన్వాస్. ఓకే, తర్వాత ఇండో గ్రీక్స్ వచ్చారు. దెన్ you have Shakas, then Parthians, then Kushans. Okay, ఇలా నార్త్ ఇండియా, నార్త్ వెస్ట్ ఇండియాలో మనకి పోస్ట్ మౌర్యాలో 6 కింగ్డమ్స్ ఉన్నాయి. ఓకే, సో వీళ్ళందరూ డిఫరెంట్ ఏరియాస్ లో వీళ్ళందరూ ఉన్నారు. దెన్ సదర్న్ ఇండియాలో 4 కింగ్డమ్స్ ఉన్నాయి. ఏంటవి, శాతవాహనాస్, దెన్ చోళ, చేర, పాండ్యస్. ఓకే, ఇవి పోస్ట్ మౌర్యస్ ఉన్నాయి. 4 కింగ్డమ్స్ కింద ఉన్నాయి, 6 పైన ఉన్నాయి. తర్వాత పోస్ట్ మౌర్యన్ తర్వాత మళ్ళీ ఎవరు ఫామ్ చేశారు, గుప్తాస్. ఓకే, గుప్తాస్ తర్వాత హర్షవర్ధన్. ఓకే, హర్షవర్ధనస్ ఎంపైర్. సో ఇక్కడ ఇది ఎప్పటితో ఎండ్ అయింది? 647 AD. ఓకే, ఇక్కడతో హిస్టరీ, ఏన్షియన్ హిస్టరీ అనేది ఎండ్ అయింది హిస్టారియన్స్ ప్రకారం. ఓకే, సో ఫస్ట్ ఎక్కడ స్టార్ట్ అవుతుంది ప్రీ హిస్టారిక్ అంటే 6 lakh BC. చాలా బుక్స్ లో చాలా టైమ్ లైన్స్ ఉన్నాయి, బట్ మోస్ట్ ఆఫ్ ద టైమ్స్ అఫీషియల్ సోర్సెస్ ని రిలే అవ్వండి. ఎన్సీఆర్టీస్ ఏది మెన్షన్ చేస్తే అది కన్సిడర్ చేయొచ్చు. సో 6 lakh BC నుంచి స్టార్ట్ అయ్యి 647 AD వరకు మనం ఇవన్నీ కూడా డిస్కస్ చేయబోతున్నాం అన్నమాట. ఈ మధ్యలోనే మనకి మహాజనపదాస్ టైంలోనే బుద్ధిజం, జైనిజం కూడా గ్రో అవ్వడం. ఓకే, ఇవన్నీ కూడా. సో ఇది టైం లైన్. ఇది అర్థం చేసుకుంటే ఎంటైర్ ఏన్షియన్ హిస్టరీ ఇస్ డన్. ఓకే, సో లెట్స్ స్టార్ట్ నౌ. సో ఫస్ట్ హిస్టరీ అంటే ఏంటి? హిస్టరీ ఇస్ అ మిస్టరీ, రైట్? ఓకే, హిస్టోరియా అనే టర్మ్ నుంచి హిస్టరీ వచ్చింది. హిస్టోరియా అంటే ఏంటి? దట్ మీన్స్ ఎంక్వైరీ ఆర్ ఇన్వెస్టిగేషన్ అని. దేని గురించి? పాస్ట్ గురించి. ఓకే, సో వాట్ ఎవర్ ద బ్రీఫ్ థింగ్స్ వీ హ్యావ్ ఇన్ ద ప్రీవియస్ టర్మ్స్, అలాంటి వాటి గురించి తెలుసుకునే ఎంక్వైరీని హిస్టరీ అంటాం. సో హిస్టరీ అనేది ఎలా తెలుసుకోవాలి అనే ముందు టైప్స్ కూడా తెలుసుకుందాం. ఫస్ట్ టైప్స్ ఆఫ్ హిస్టరీ అనేది ప్రీ హిస్టరీ ఉంది, ప్రోటో హిస్టరీ ఉంది, హిస్టారిక్ టైమ్స్ ఉంది. సో ఫస్ట్ ఇక్కడ ప్రీ హిస్టరీ అంటే ఏంటి? ఇక్కడ మెయిన్ గా ఏంటంటే మనకి హిస్టరీ తెలుసుకోవడానికి మనకి లిటరరీ సోర్సెస్, నాన్ లిటరరీ సోర్సెస్ అనేవి ఉంటాయి. అంటే లిటరరీ సోర్సెస్ అంటే ఏంటి? బుక్స్ కానీ ఏదైనా రాసిన వాళ్ళు, ఓకే, ఆ రూలర్స్ రాయొచ్చు, లేకపోతే వాళ్ళ కోర్ట్ పోయట్స్ రాయొచ్చు, లేకపోతే ఆ టైంలో వచ్చిన ఫారిన్ ట్రావెలర్స్ రాయొచ్చు. అలా ఏదైనా డిస్క్రిప్షన్ లిటరరీ సోర్సెస్ లో ఉంటే దాన్ని మనం లిటరరీ కన్సిడర్ చేస్తాం. నాన్ లిటరరీ సోర్సెస్ అంటే ఏంటి? కాయిన్స్ కానీ, ఇన్స్క్రిప్షన్స్ కానీ, లేకపోతే మెటల్స్ కానీ, ఆ టైంలో సీల్స్ కానీ, ఇలాంటివి ఏమైనా ఉంటాయి, ఫాజిల్ రిమైన్స్ కానీ, ఆర్టిఫాక్ట్స్ కానీ, ఏమైనా కూడా ఆర్కియలాజికల్ థింగ్స్ ఏమైనా, మాన్యుమెంట్స్ కానీ, ఇలాంటివన్నీ నాన్ లిటరరీ సోర్సెస్ అనుకుంటాం. సో ఈ సోర్సెస్ చూస్తే కనుక ప్రీ హిస్టారిక్ టైమ్స్ లో లిటరరీ సోర్సెస్ అనేవి లేవు. లిటరరీ అంటే ఏంటి? బుక్స్ లాగా రాసినవి ఏం లేవు అనమాట, ఇన్స్క్రిప్షన్స్ లాగా. తర్వాత నాన్ లిటరరీ సోర్సెస్ లేవు, కానీ మనకి ఏమున్నాయి? ఆర్కియలాజికల్ రిమైన్స్ ఉన్నాయి. అంటే మెటల్స్ కానీ వాళ్ళు యూజ్ చేసినవి. ఓకే, సో చిన్న చిన్న కాయిన్స్ కానీ అలాంటివి ఏమన్నా ఉన్న రిమైన్స్ నుంచి మనం డిఫైన్ చేసిన హిస్టరీని ఏదైనా అర్థం చేసుకుంటే దాన్ని ప్రీ హిస్టరీ అంటాం. ఈ ప్రీ హిస్టరీలో ఏమున్నాయి? మనం ఇందాక డిస్కస్ చేసినట్టు పేలియోలిథిక్, మిజోలిథిక్, నియోలిథిక్, కాల్కోలిథిక్, ఈ ఏజెస్, స్టోన్ ఏజెస్ అంటాం అనమాట. సో ఇక్కడ ఏంటంటే మనకి రాసిన లిటరరీ సోర్సెస్ అనేవి లేవు. సో ఇవి ప్రీ హిస్టారిక్ టైమ్స్ లో స్టోన్ ఏజెస్ గా కన్సిడర్ చేస్తాం. దెన్ ప్రోటో హిస్టరీ. ప్రోటో హిస్టరీ అంటే ఏంటి? ఇక్కడ లిటరరీ సోర్సెస్ అనేవి ఉన్నాయి, ఓకే, కానీ వాళ్ళు రాసిన భాష అనేది మనకు అర్థం కావట్లేదు. ఓకే, మన వాట్సాప్ మెసేజెస్ లాగా దాన్ని డిసెఫర్ చేయలేము అనమాట, డిక్రిప్ట్ చేయలేము. సో డెసిఫర్ చేయలేదు ఇప్పటి వరకు అనేది. లిటరరీ సోర్సెస్ ఉన్నాయి, ఇక్కడ లేవు, ఇక్కడ ఉన్నాయి. ప్లస్ ఇక్కడ ఆర్కియలాజికల్ సోర్సెస్ కూడా ఉన్నాయి అన్నమాట. దట్ ఈస్ వాట్ యూ కన్సిడర్. దెన్ హిస్టారిక్ టైమ్స్ అంటే ఇక్కడ లిటరరీ సోర్సెస్ అండ్ ఆర్కియలాజికల్ సోర్సెస్ రెండు ఉంటాయి. ఇక్కడ అర్థమయ్యేటట్టు ఉన్నాయి, ఇక్కడ ఆర్కియలాజికల్ సోర్సెస్ ఉన్నాయి. ఇది దేనికి ఎగ్జాంపుల్? ఇండస్ వ్యాలీ సివిలైజేషన్ అనేది ప్రోటో హిస్టరీ అనమాట. ఓకే, దెన్ హిస్టరీ అంటే వి హ్యావ్ వేదిక్ ఏజ్. ఓకే, వేదాస్ మనకి అట్లీస్ట్ సాంస్క్రిట్, ప్యూర్ సాంస్క్రిట్ నేర్చుకుంటే యూ కెన్ అండర్స్టాండ్ వేద, రైట్? అంటే మనకి లిటరరీ సోర్స్ వేదాస్ నుంచి ఉన్నాయి, దాంతో పాటు డిఫరెంట్ ఆర్కియలాజికల్ రిమైన్స్ కూడా ఉన్నాయి. సో వీటి నుంచి మనం హిస్టరీని అర్థం చేసుకుంటే దాన్ని బట్టి ఈ క్లాసిఫికేషన్ అనేది ఉంది: ప్రీ హిస్టరీ, ప్రోటో హిస్టరీ, దెన్ వి ఆల్సో హ్యావ్ history. And then this is what the types we have. Then sources I already told you. Non-literary sources means all the archaeological sources like coins, inscriptions, artifacts, okay, metals, monuments, whatever the remains we have. Literary sources means whatever the books that were written, okay, at that particular time, along with all whatever the things we have, okay, travelers kani, whatever the traveler accounts we have, all those will be forming part of literary sources. Okay, so in this way we need to understand history. Then what is prehistoric period? I told you it is belonging to the Stone Age. Okay, so immediately when the humans, okay, when they thought we have to make something use of stone, okay, they started thinking, okay, they started operating their things with the stones. That is why all these prehistoric times are linked with Stone Age only. Okay, but we have different classification again Because there is some change in the feature or characteristic in the way they have followed or the living styles. For example, if you see here, what is the timeline? 6 lakh BC to 8000 BC. This is a timeline of Paleolithic age. So what is the primary thing they have done? Paleo means old, lithic means stone, old stone age. Okay, so then what is the primary thing they have done during Paleolithic? Very good. They were hunter and gatherers. Hunting and gathering is the primary occupation they have done. Okay, then are the people staying at one particular place? They're nomadic. Nomadic means they're always hunting and they're gathering. They're not staying at one particular place. So where they're moving, they're finding the animals, or wherever they're finding the suitable things, like for example water, they're going there, they're hunting, they're living in, they're moving on. So they're not having any settled life here, nomadic. Okay. At the same time, where they're living, rock shelters. Okay, rock shelters means caves, these type of things. Okay, they are using this for their sheltering purpose. Then whether they have any dresses at that time? No, they didn't have any dresses. They're naked. Okay, then what are the types of tools they have used? Stone tools only, but these are very big in nature. Okay, so they're very big stone tools which they were used, and they also know the element of fire. Okay, they also make use of fire also. Then what is the example of Paleolithic age? Famous example, Bhimbetka caves in Madhya Pradesh. Okay, where we have 49 caves in Bhimbetka, and this is a UNESCO World Heritage Site. And you have to know, these people in the rock caves, they used to paint. That was found in Bhimbetka. Okay, these paintings were noted on rocks. Okay, so what type of things they used to depict their life? This is a human depiction. Okay, so picture type of thing. If they tie their hands and dance, so they used to celebrate something like this. We can understand what is the way they have lived their lives. Then this, along with Bhimbetka, we have Attiram Pakkam in Tamil Nadu. Sorry, this is in Tamil Nadu. Budzahom in Jammu and Kashmir. In Kurnool caves of Andhra Pradesh also, we have found some of the prehistoric Paleolithic evidences related to early man and his life. Okay, so these are the main things which you have to keep in mind. So what are the features and what are the characteristics they have observed? Okay, so first thing is they're hunting and gathering. They're nomadic in nature. They didn't stay in a particular place, and they had rock shelters as their living place, and they're naked. And also they use stone tools, big stone tools. And here they have also used to fire, and they used to paint. Okay, whatever the livelihood options they have, they used to paint all those on the caves. One such example is Bhimbetka. Okay, so this is what you have to understand. Then second age we have is, so you can see these are the images, and that is a rock shelter. Okay, where they are living. So here you can see what is the image you can understand. They're hunting. Okay, some particular thing right here. They have a tool in his hand and he's hunting the animal. Okay, so this is what it was depicted. All these are hunting images only. Then these are the stone tools we have. Such big things they used to use to hunt. Okay, so then next age we have is Mesolithic age. Meso means middle. Okay, meso means middle. So what happened in here? Let us understand the timeline. What is the timeline here? 8000 BC to 4000 BCE. This is the Mesolithic age. So whatever the things they have carried in Paleolithic, like hunting, gathering, nomads, having no dress or naked, also then they have the element of fire, Then they relied on rock caves or shelters. Then they used to paint. All these features were continued in also in Mesolithic. Okay. So then what is the refinement they made? Instead of big stone tools, what they have done? They have used small polished tools called microliths. That is what one of the feature they have noticed in Mesolithic age. This is a small refinement comparatively. Okay, so when they have rubbed two bigger stones, they have flakes coming out. No, so from that particular thing, they understood that this is more sharper. That is why these microliths are flaky in nature. Okay, so this microliths are one of the most important feature. At the same time, they also started focusing on primitive agriculture and fishing. So in the first stage, Paleolithic, they only relied on hunting and gathering for their feeding purposes. But now what they have started, primitive agriculture. Primitive agriculture means when he has consumed some particular fruit. Okay, so he's throwing the seed somewhere. So that particular seed is growing up and it is leading to some one particular tree and fruit is coming out. Again, he's consuming, but he's not taking any special care in cultivating or in practicing agriculture. So it is continuing as a practice. Mostly it is nature driven only. He didn't take an extra care here in growing the crops. So that is what primitive agriculture, along with which he has practiced some element of fishing also. So these are things which he has done in Mesolithic age, that is a middle stone age. Then we also have these tools. You can see some sharpening and refinement in the tools was noticed. Okay. Then you have the next stage is Neolithic age, that is called New Stone Age. So here what are the things? Major things continuing. Okay, hunting, gathering, nomads, no dress, fire, somewhat sharper tools, polished tools. This is a new thing they have observed. Then they had now sedentary lifestyle. Sedentary means settling at one place. Okay, why they have settled? They started practicing agriculture. Okay, for agriculture, what they need? Animals, right? So they started domestication of animals also. Okay, even they also started consuming milk. When they're domesticating animals, they can have some milk also, no? From cattle, sheep, goat, and all these things. So they also consumed milk, but they didn't boil the milk. Okay, they don't know to boil the milk as of now. They're just consuming the milk in raw. That is what you have to keep in mind. And so with sedentary lifestyle, what will be the another thing that may start? See, in case if you're having agriculture here, and if you're having some excess crop than what you have expected, then what can be the thing? What is the requirement? Storage. How you are going to store? Okay, pottery. And they're starting designing in different colors. They're taking natural colors. Okay, like red ware, black ware, red, black ware also we have. Then ochre. Ochre means orange color, pinkish color. Like this, they started defining the pottery in different colors. And also, when they have agriculture and sedentary lifestyle, then settling in villages also started. Sedentary means when they're staying at one place for continuous times. Then they started settling on villages, and these villages used to be on river banks. Why? Because the source of water is very much important. Okay, the source of water is very much important for agriculture or for their livelihood also. That is why they used to settle near river banks in the form of villages, and they used to practice agriculture, and they had sedentary life. That means compared to the nomad, now they started settling. This is what another major observation you can understand, right? So they also have developed the art of pottery. So this is what you can see. This is black ware. Then you have different colors also. So where you can see different images were also drawn. So this is what somewhat polished and refinement is happening with respect to tools also, which are being used. So then next we have is chalcolithic age. So what they have done here. So in chalcolithic means along with stone. Okay, so till now only stone is used as a major option, but now they started using metal also. The first metal they have used is copper. Okay, so from where they have derived this K3 copper mines of Rajasthan. Okay, so they don't know the mining and all these things, but when they found copper, they started thinking that this may be useful for us and all. They started. So copper is directly available near the surface only. So they don't know the concept of mining, but they have taken the copper because it is very much related near Rajasthan, where is the area of settlement of these people also. Okay, so then what are the other things we have observed near the Chalcolithic age? So what is the timeline here? See, this is coinciding with Neolithic also. It starts from 7000, that is 8000 BC to 4000. Although that is going on, this is also starting simultaneously. So 7000 BC to 4000 BC. Okay, so almost you can say this gradually declined by 2000 BC. So when Indus Valley civilization is there, also we are having this Chalcolithic age. Okay, so this is going on simultaneously with Neolithic. So they have improved the practice of agriculture. Again, same things are being continued. Okay, in Chalcolithic, but they also made use of copper. Okay, so you can see here one statue of Mother Goddess. Okay, what they have started consulting is they started thinking on fertility cult. Okay, so they understood that fertility is also very much important. Okay, so at that time it is identified that female population is greater than male population, so they started working. Okay, and they started worshipping fertility also. Okay, to have more population. So these are the things which they have focused in the Chalcolithic age. Then we are going to discuss. Now we have completed prehistoric things. Okay, only the things you have to remember is we have to remember what are the features we have observed in that particular stone age. Then we also have to understand what are the sites associated. Okay, most of the times in that much depth they don't ask the questions, because if they ask the sites it becomes history optional syllabus. Okay, you need not worry there. Then after completing prehistory, we are now looking into proto history, that is IVC period. Okay, so you know IVC is also called Harappan civilization, also called Bronze Age civilization, because we for the first time discovered bronze here. Okay, IVC people. So bronze is made up of copper and tin. Okay, together we make it as a bronze. So first thing you have to understand is not only using the copper, they also have started mixing the metals. That means they are knowing good aspects of metallurgy. Okay, so they know these things of mixing the metals and making use of it. That means not only copper, tin, they also know gold, silver, and all these things, because we have found some ornaments also related to gold and silvers which they were used by IVC people or Harappan people. So this is what you have to keep in mind. So first thing you have to remember is this belongs to proto-historic period. What is proto-history? As I told you, there are literary sources, there are archaeological sources also, but that literary sources are unable to be deciphered. That means we couldn't decode what is a proper script and language of that particular people and what is the language they have used. So that is what proto-historic period where this IVC falls. So what is the timeline? Actually, it starts from 4000 BC. It ends with, yes, 1600 BC. But what actually happens is mature phase of IVC civilization. Okay, before IVC we call it as culture, and again after IVC, certain after declining of IVC also there is culture. There is culture and civilization. In the middle stage we have civilization. What is civilization? Civilization is an advanced form of culture. Okay, that means in the starting period they have only culture, again in the ending period they have culture, but in the middle time where we have this is mature phase of Indus Valley civilization. That means they have followed civilizational practice, okay, at that particular time. So most of the times we'll be hearing that the British people used to consider Indians as uncivilized. But many people will say that after knowing the Indus Valley civilization, it is the British who has chosen India as a destination to become more civilized. Because when is the British rule in India? It is in 1600s AD. But if you go back then, so these are the first people, and this is considered as first urban civilization also, right? That means we are not uncivilized people. So we know the concept of civilization right from the Indus Valley period. That is what the critics will answer to this particular criticism related to the British. So first thing you have to remember is this is the first urban civilization in South Asia. So then what are the contemporary civilizations going on? We have Mesopotamian civilization. Mesopotamian means, where is it located? Mesopotamian, Iraq. Okay. Then we have Egyptian civilization going on and Chinese civilization also going on. All these four civilizations along with Indus Valley are contemporary in nature. But Indus Valley civilization is having so much uniqueness because of different things which they followed. Okay. So those we'll be discussing here. All these four are considered as cradles of civilization. That means very early stages of civilization started from these four. That is what you have to keep in mind. Then so geographical extent is very much important. So when you're reading about anything I told you in history, you should know what is the location of that particular empire or any particular thing. So what is the geographical extent? North, south, east, and west. What is the northernmost extent? Manda in Jammu and Kashmir. Okay, that is the northernmost extent of Indus Valley civilization. Southernmost, very good. In then Alamgir, this is the easternmost in UP. Then westernmost, Satkajendar is in Pakistan. In India, Disalpur in Gujarat. Okay, so this is a geographical extent of India. IVC in India. Okay, so in the western part you can go to Satkajendar, that is in Pakistan, but we have to limit ourselves to India, right? So this is a geographical extent we have. It is very much important to know the boundary. Okay, clear with this? So here you can see most of the important sites. These are located on the Indus River banks only. That is why it is also named as Indus Valley Civilization. Why Harappan civilization? Because it was the first site that was discovered as part of the civilization. So entire civilization was named after Harappa, the first site. Then as it was on an Indus River bank, we call. Otherwise, it is also called as Bronze Age because bronze is a metal which was used here. So in this way, first urban civilization also we call. So it has many names. So in India, you have to remember about these sites. Haryana, we have Raki Gadi. We also have Kalibangan. And this is in Rajasthan. Okay, then we have Dholavira, Lothal, this Rangapur, all this in Gujarat. Okay, like this, we have many important sites in Indus Valley civilization from India. So those you have to keep in mind. It is very much important. So especially you have to focus on Indian sites of IVC. So where you have Kalibangan in Rajasthan, Lothal, that is in Gujarat, Dholavira, Gujarat, Rangapur is in Gujarat again. So Kotka is also in Gujarat, Manawali in Haryana, Ropar in Punjab. Okay, so these are the Indus Valley sites, famous sites we have. Then Pakistan, Harappa, this is on the river Ravi. Mohenjo-daro on the Indus River banks. Mohenjo-daro is very much important in the recent times because we have floods. Okay, in Mohenjo-daro, that is why you can expect a question there also. In Chanhu-daro, you have in Sindh, province of Pakistan. Then if you see Harappan ruins, who is the first person who have discovered this? Dayaram Sahni. Okay, so then this was discovered by Dayaram Sahni, and then we have Mohenjo-daro that was excavated first time by R.D. Banerjee. He was the first person to excavate this. So these are the things which you have to keep in mind. So what are the most important aspects I have given here? If you want, you can write. Harappa, it was excavated by Dayaram Sahni. It is located on the river Ravi. Here you can see we found granaries. We have found, okay, granaries means to store the food grains and all. We have this concept, and it was the first Indus site, along with which we have found red sandstone torso. Torso means What is torso?
Portion of the body without.
Yes, without head. Okay, torso we call. So nude male torso was identified, and this was in red sandstone. Okay, this was also identified as part of Harappan excavations. So this is what you have to keep in mind. Then Mohenjo-daro. Mohenjo-daro translates to Mound of the Dead. Okay, so this was excavated by R.D. Banerjee in 1922, and it was on the river banks of Indus in especially Punjab province of Pakistan. So what are the important things you have found? Great bath. Great bath is a ritualistic bathing. Okay, so there is a large type of construction where many people used to take bath at the same time. Okay, like we take as part of pushkaras and all. No, same way the concept was part of great bath. Then granaries are also found, and bronze dancing girl was found. Okay, dancing girl. So placing hand on the hip like that, there is a structure. So with many things carved, like her hair bin was there, hair bun was there, and also bangles were there. So many things are depicting what is the style of life they had. Okay, then Pashupati Mahadev seal was also identified. That means they started worshipping someone also. Okay, Pashupati Mahadev means we can identify with him modern day Shiva. Okay, then steatite statue of Beardman. Beardman, this person is considered to be a priest. We don't know. Okay, he may be a priest or he may be a king also. So we don't know. So this person was also identified in Mohenjo-daro. Then a piece of woven cloth. That means hand spinning and clothing of all these things are also observed during IVC times. And this was the second Indus site to be discovered. So this was the largest excavation of IVC sites. In the excavations, if whatever we have found, among all the sites, it was the largest. But in the recent times, in the recent current affairs, we have found Rakigadi is the largest Indus Valley site. So they can ask you this question. Before Rakigadi excavation, we consider Mohenjo-daro as the largest among all IVCs. But now, with recent excavations that happened in the last 1 year only, we found Rakigadi is the largest site. Okay, Rakigadi is in Haryana. Okay, then multi-pillar assembly halls are also observed there, and also we have bronze mirrors, needles, saw, bronze statue of the bull. Like this, many things were depicted there as part of IVC. Then this is what the dancing girl. Okay, so here you can see art of wearing bangles also. Okay, so even in Rajasthan, if you see many people and women, they will be wearing till here the bangles and all, right? And you can see here necklace and ornaments were there, and hair bun, and they neatly comb their hair. So these are all the things which they're showing that they're all cleaned people. Okay, so they have much focus, and you can see this is a great bath. Okay, now it was dried up, but there used to be water there. Then Chanhudaru. This is on Sindh province in the Pakistan, on the rivers of bank of Indus only, like Mohenjo-daro, same. But here what you have to remember is bead. You know beads. Okay, ornaments, beads we have, no? So those were very famous in Chanhudaru. Then we also have a dog chasing a cat type of pictures are also depicted there in cotton textile. That means IVC people know the use of cotton also. This is what you have to understand. And this is very much important because there is no citadel. Only one IVC site where there is no citadel is Chanhudaru. What is citadel? Fortification. Entire town was divided into upper town is citadel, and lower town. That means the ruling class may be inhabiting this citadel, the upper town, and the rest of the people are occupying this lower town. This segregation is called citadel. Okay, so in the town planning they followed such things. So there is no citadel only in this particular IVC site. Then the largest number of copper tools are also found in Chanhudaru. So these are the things which you have to keep in mind. Then coming to Indian sites, Kalibangan. Kalibangan is in Rajasthan. Kali, black bangles. Okay, Bangan means bangle, Kali means black. So this is on the banks of Gagga river. Okay, Gagga means today, modern day we call Saraswati river, no, which we think that it got dried up. Okay, recently we are trying to revoke it. Then fire altars were worshipped. Fire altars are also noticed. Fire altars means when you do yagnas and all, we keep fire altars, no? So that was also observed in Kalibangan in Rajasthan. Okay, in IVC sites. Then camel bones. You know, Rajasthan means camel. Okay, they also know the use of camel. Then wooden plows are used. So there is no use of iron. You have to keep in mind till Vedic age, later Vedic age, they don't know the use of iron. So what they know is metals like copper, bronze, and all, gold, silver, along with which they have used wooden plows only. There is no use of iron. Do keep this thing. Then evidence of mixed cropping. Mixed cropping means they didn't rely on one particular crop like rice, barley, wheat, many things. Okay, they're cultivating all these things. And the earliest plowed field is found in this particular this particular Kalibangan only plowed field. That means they're using it for rice. And fire altars are showing that there's a cult of sacrifice also at that point of time, along with worship. Then we have Lothal. Okay, so Lothal is also very much important because this is one of the famous site in IVC, among which we have what is so famous about Lothal? Port and dockyard. Okay, these are the things which we have there. So it is in Gujarat on Bogwa River, near the Gulf of Cambay. So this is a geographical thing, and it is the first man-made port of IVC. Okay, entire civilizations, and it is artificial dockyard and world's first tidal port also. Tidal port. It is not natural port. Then rice husk is showing that there is elements of rice cultivation in Lothal and Rangpur. Rangpur is also in Gujarat only. And fire altars are also found here also along with Kalibangan. So that is also showing that there is some medical and surgical skills also. Okay, when they are practicing this fire altars and all. There is also a concept of chess. Okay, chess board, ludos, all these are also found. And evidence of double burial is also there. Double burial means burying both the male and female side by side. That was also noticed in Lothal. Along with recently we have this National Maritime Heritage Complex. Okay, this was inaugurated by the Prime Minister in Lothal. This is why it is a news. Okay, they can ask you this National Maritime Heritage Complex. That was in current affairs. That is in Lothal. Okay, so this is what you have to keep in mind. These specific things can be asked. Then Dolavira. Okay, so why Dolavira? It is also famous because it has received UNESCO heritage recognition. It was discovered by R.S. Bisht in 1985, and you can see it was in Gujarat state in Rann of Kutch only, and it is famous for water harvesting system. That was asked by UPSC already. So they're asking the unique features. So it is a walled city. Why a walled city? Because it's on the coast. Okay, so they have to protect it. That is why with heavy fortification they have constructed walled Dolavira, and an important center of maritime trade, and it is also recognized as UNESCO World Heritage Site. Okay, it is currently India's 40th World Heritage Site. How many are there in India as present? 42. What is the recent one? Hoysala temples. Okay, that is 42nd one. You have to read that particular aspect because it recently received recognition. Focus on Hoysala, Alebid. Okay, these temples and who constructed, what are the type of temple they have followed, Vesara or Nagar or Dravida style. You have to focus on that. And 41st one is Shantiniketan of Rabindranath Tagore. Okay, that also you have to focus upon. Then here there is a 10 alphabet signboard. Not alphabet means ABCD, but in their own language they have their alphabet signboard also depicted here in Dolavira, but that was not identified there. So megalith burial is also noticed. What is megalith?
Large stone.
Lord stones were used in burials. Okay, that was also identified here. Warehousing is also there. Golden rings are also identified at Mandi and Daimambad. Like in we also have found in Dolavira. It also shows all three phases of Harappan culture. As I told you, pre-Harappan, middle, mature, and post-Harappan also we have these cultures in this particular Dolavira. And most importantly, it is on the Tropic of Cancer. Okay, it is on the Tropic of Cancer, and they have used sandstone as well as bricks. And you can see here there is so much evidence of dams, irrigation, water reservoirs, water harvesting, embankments, and all. Okay, that this is what UPSC have asked a question. So these are the things which are unique to Dolavira. Then next important, very important area for this year prelims is Rakhi Gadi, because in the last 1 year so many excavations were found, especially after COVID-19. When people are having no job, what they'll do? They'll try to dig and excavate, no? Okay, so they have found so many things. DNA of a woman was also we tried to decipher and all. So Rakhi Gadi, this is in Haryana, on the banks of Gaggar River and Hakkar River. Okay, so this is what you have to keep in mind. It is the largest IVC site discovered so far. Okay, we are making Mohenjo-daro second, and Rakhi Gadi became the largest site in India. Then after Mohenjo-daro second. Then we have evidence of domestication of dog was noticed here. Along with we have terracotta. Okay, terracotta manufacturing center was also identified there, and painted potteries were identified. Then we also identified that Dakigari doesn't have the last phase of IVC. Dholavira have all three phases. Okay, but in the recent times, what we found is Dakigari doesn't have the last phase. DNA of skeletals of a woman was also recently found. Okay, these are the excavations which we have found in the recent times. And what is the last reason why the last phase is not noticed is sudden demise of Saraswati River or Gagga River. That may lead to the total displacement of the people who are residing in Rakhigarhi. That may be a reason. So in the recent times, if you see, this is also current affairs. Government in 2021-22 budget, they started focusing on building on-site museums. Okay, to highlight the importance of these areas like Hastinapur in UP, Shivsagar in Assam, Dholavira in Gujarat, and also Adichanallur in Tamil Nadu. So these are the things which were taken up to highlight the importance of the excavations and the prominence they have. Then what are the features of Indus Valley civilization? What are the features? Why it is so unique?
One of the major town planning.
Town planning. Okay, you can see here town planning means they have very rigid plan. Okay, so they didn't do it randomly. They have followed a particular planning system, which is the role model for Indian towns and cities also. How many cities in India are so planned now? We hardly have 5 maximum. Okay, like Jaipur, we have Chandigarh. These are the planned cities we have, but no other cities are planned. That is why if you have very heavy rainfall for 30 minutes, what will happen? Hyderabad will not be a livable place, right? So it happens with every Indian city and town. But these people have made some arrangements, making sure that they follow a pattern. So that pattern will have helped them in maintaining the cleanliness, hygiene, health, and all these things. Okay. So what they have followed is they follow the grid pattern of arranging the houses, streets, and all. And also they have facilitated underground drainage system. You can see this underground drainage system is also covered. That is the most important thing. Okay, so like this they have made some unique things. You can see citadel. This is on the raised platform. That means there is some social structure also highlighting from the citadel, right? Citadel means, as I told you, it is reserved for the ruling class or the merchant class. So if this is a citadel, other people are, if they're living here, that means there is some social rigidity also, right? Okay, there is separation among the people also, but it is not prevalent like widely in the Vedic periods. Then we also have the fortification around the city. Okay, these are the unique things, but they also have used in part of town planning grid structures and all these things. Division of city, you have seen citadel and all. Then streets were arranged in 90 degrees. Okay, then drainage system underground you also have seen, and there also have, for every house there is a bathroom, and they also have windows, proper ventilation, covered drainage system, and all these are making this Indus Valley civilization very unique. Okay, then granary is also there for storing the food grains and all, so they don't want to waste. That is also one important thing which we can derive, along with which we also can understand they also have relied on use of burnt bricks. Okay, it is the only civilization which has used burnt bricks. But in Mesopotamian civilization, what they have used? Baked bricks. Okay, that is what you have to keep in mind. Burnt bricks were used. Then, is there any other unique feature of IVC?
Seals.
Those we'll be discussing in section wise. Okay, so first we'll discuss about society. Society means what is the living condition they had. Okay, so whether the male and female are equal means yes, they're equal. Almost egalitarian society was existing at that point of time. Then next most important thing you have to keep in mind is they're belonging to merchant class. How we are deriving this? Because most of the people used to trade. Okay, so when you have seen, we have found seals of Harappan in different other civilizations. That means there is some existence of trade. So that if there is trade means we can understand that most of the people are merchants, okay, or merchants. So these people are not, okay, in less number. They're having, because of more number of seals we have derived, we can say largely that IBC people are belonging to merchant class. Then division in society, as I told you, citadel concept, upper and lower town. That means there is some division in the society. That is clear. Then with respect to clothing, cotton, okay, spinning of cloth and all these things were noticed, no? So they have used different varieties of clothing, okay. Then food habits, especially non-vegetarians, okay, that was identified from domestication of animals, okay, fire altars, sacrifices and all these things that highlight that their food practices are mainly non-vegetarians. Then egalitarian society, as I told you, okay, although there is some rigidity, but the people mostly have equal status and male and female are treated alike. Then we have patriarchal mind, okay, we don't know, but we think so far that they may have patriarchal society. So these are the things which you have to keep in mind. Then coming to religion, did they have any particular temple practice and all? No. So there is no idol worship, and there is no such focus on temples, no focus on rituals and all, okay. What they have worshipped is nature worship. So they have focused mainly on worshipping the nature. At the same time, they also have focused on worshipping some persons like Pashupati Mahadev here, mother goddess there, bearded man or the priest we consider. So any like these they have started worshipping, okay. So these are the things. That means they identify themselves as secular people, okay, because there is no discrimination here and there is no much work. And the main worship is related to nature worship only. They used to worship nature and animals also, okay. So they have hummed bull, deer, all these are considered. You can see here some animals are also depicted here. So here also you can see unicorn, all these things were identified. So that means they also worshipped animals. Humble is normally seen on almost all the seals. Then what about the evils and ghosts? They also believed, when they believed in some particular thing like mother goddess and all, they also believed in evils and ghosts, okay. Especially that is why the burials, if you see, okay, along with which they believed, because they consider that there is life after death, okay. That is why they also believed. You also have hamlets and all for these things, okay. They used to use these things. Then script and language. So what is the script they have used? Pictographic script, means you can see pictures were depicted, okay, in the script. And what is the language they have used? Bost of Eden, means the script is written, we'll be writing from left to right, then again right to left, will be writing like this. But those people, they used to write like this, okay, right to left and in left to right. So Bost of Eden is reverse of what we are practicing now. So that is what we have identified with Harappan writing, and they have followed pictographic script. So whatever the script they followed is not yet deciphered, okay. We couldn't understand the script. That is why it belongs to proto-historic period, okay. Then economy. What is the economy? As I told you, mainly they are self-sufficient economy, okay. So they're producing how much ever they want, and the rest of the things are getting trade, okay. Then irrigation. They have practiced irrigation because the main civilization itself is on the banks of different rivers, right? That is why we have irrigation also, which was given much importance along with canal irrigation and all. So major rivers are located on the river banks itself. That emphasizes that they practiced more on irrigation. Then trade. I told you many number of trade signs were identified in the form of seals and all these things that also show that they have good trade. Then the trade is mainly through barter system only. There is no use of coins or something, okay. They don't know the value of currency and all these things. Then with respect to pottery, they have again defined from the prehistoric times, okay. They have given number of potteries, like not we have what we call northern black polished ware, okay, gray ware. Like this we have different types of potteries, okay, refinement and things. Then what are the seals used for? Why seals are used? Very good. Identifying. So when you are sending some particular thing for trade, so how you will identify that this is coming from Harappa, okay. So they have some seals. So this seal is used for identifying or in exchange of goods in trade. especially exchange of goods means that is in barter system, no? Barter system. So for trade purposes also we used to use the seals. Okay, the seals mainly common thing they have observed is humble. That is one of the common animal which was depicted as part of their seals. Okay, then with respect to science and technology, do they know any science and all? How?
Construction of great altars.
Yes, fire altars means they have some measurement knowledge and all these things, no? Okay, at the same time they also have metallurgical things. I told you, mixing the metals and all. Okay, they have mixed copper and tin and they have made bronze, and they also have used gold, silver and all these things. Apart from this, like if you have seen, they also have used lipsticks, cosmetics were also used by the women at that point of time. That means they know how to make things also. That is also science, right? They also the first people who have boiled the milk. We have seen Neolithic people have drink the milk. Okay, so that is raw milk they have used. But Harappans are the first people who have boiled the milk and they have consumed it. Okay, so that means even not only milk, they also had paneer also. Okay, that means paneer. How you will make it? That is a processed thing only, no? That means that particular science is also evident to the Harappan people. In that way, many things were known to the science and in particular science and things that to the people of Indus Valley. Then burials. What about the burials? Is there any burial or they cremated the persons? There is burial system only. There is no cremation. They didn't cremate anyone. Okay. So how did they bury the people? Along with some things also they have buried. Why? Because they believe particularly in life after death. Okay. So that is why if you have seen some objects were placed along with the dead bodies. That is what you have to keep in mind. So these are the different aspects of Indus Valley civilization. So you can see here dead and some objects are also found along with this particular bodies. So that means it is highlighting the importance of what they believed. Then what is the reason of decline of Indus Valley civilization? There are number of reasons. Okay, some people said Aryan invasion has led to their decline, or some people said natural disasters like changing course of rivers, earthquakes, floods. Okay, many reasons were cited. So if you see drying of Gagga river, okay, which has been the major river which is helping all the Indian IVC sites. Okay, so that drying up of the river also has been one of the reason, along with which flood. So different historians have agreed to different reasons like low rainfall, ecological disturbance, Aryan invasion, earthquakes, natural calamity. But all these things happened in coexisting matter. Okay, so one by one they happened. It is not one major reason that has caused to the decline of Indus Valley civilization. Okay, so these are the reasons why Indus Valley has declined. Now, so you can see here, this is a difference between Harappan as well as Egyptian and Mesopotamian civilization. So what is so unique here? You can see there is grid-like pattern. But here if you see there is hazard growth only. There is no pattern in which they have developed their cities and towns. Here you can see it is pictographic growth and here it is uniform growth and we have this glyphics growth. In both of these scripts which are used in Egyptian and Mesopotamian are deciphered. But so far we couldn't decipher this particular script of IVC. Then whatever the writing materials if you saw, that is mainly used here is seals. Okay, seals on this we can identify. But here if you see clay tablets were used and different sheets were used to identify. Extent you can see this is almost 20 times that larger than Mesopotamian and Egyptian civilization. These are less in size. Then building material, burned bricks, they have used baked bricks, okay, and dried bricks. Religion, no temples, no structures were found. Only nature worship was predominant. But here you can see Egyptians, they have elaborate religious practices, spells, and all these things are also observed. Then weapons, there is no war here. Okay, no use of war. That means people are not politically motivated. They're only relying on the trade and they're having merchant class mainly. Then clear evidence of wars is found in Egyptian Mesopotamian decline. Different reasons are there here, and both have continued even after 1900 BC also. That means after the decline of IVC also, they continue. So this was one of the previous year question. Answer it. This is a place where we found Ashokan edict. Okay, it is not belonging to Indus Valley civilization. It is not IVC site. It is a one of the place where Ashokan pillar and edict were found. Okay, so rest of these are IVC sites. That is how the questions are being asked. So then answer this question. Which of the following characterize the people of Indus Valley civilization? They possessed great places, palaces and temples. Is it true?
Option B.
They don't have any temples and palaces. Then they worship both in male and female deities. Yes, Pashupati Mahadev we have, Mother Goddess we have. So this statement is right. Then they employed horse-drawn chariots. Is that correct? Horse-drawn. There is no mention of horse. Okay. So but they have chariots. Okay. This is what. So this statement is also wrong. So what is the answer? Only two. Okay, or two only is the answer. Then this question. It was predominantly a secular civilization, and religious element is present but did not dominate the scene. Correct? Then during this period, cotton was used for manufacturing textiles in India. So what is the answer? Both 1 and 2. Then next topic we are going to discuss is Vedic age. Okay. So now we are falling into the historic period. So we have completed prehistoric period, that is Stone Ages. Then we have discussed proto-historic, that is IBC. Then now we are going to discuss about historic times where both literary sources as well as archaeological sources are there. So that literary sources we can understand and decipher. That is why this historic period is very easy for us to understand. So first thing is the Vedic age. Okay. So why this Vedic age started is because there is a entry of Aryans into India. That is also considered as one of the reason why IBC has declined. So these Aryans are non-native to India. Okay, they have entered India from some other way. So again, what is the home of Aryans is debated. So different theories propose different homes of Aryans. Again, debatable things will not be asked. So what you have to know is Aryan. So when they invaded, okay, will they be welcomed into India by the Harappans? When some people who are living there, if non-locals are coming and settling there, will there be some acceptance or will there be some resistance? Resistance, right? So that has resulted in one battle called Battle of 10 Kings or Dasraja battle we call. Okay, where Aryans have fought a battle with the natives, 10. Okay, especially the whatever the clan that had the Aryans is Bharata clan, on which the country was named as Bharat. Okay, so this Bharata clan has fought with 10 other kings. Out of those 10 kings, 5 were Aryans and 5 were non-Aryans, that means Harappans. So all these 10 were displaced and Bharata clan became the ruling clan or the dominant clan which has established subsequently. So in that way, Vedic literature started with the invasion of Aryans. So what is the timeline here? Yes, 2500 BC to 1000 BC. Okay, so 2500 to 1600 is the early Vedic period we have. Okay, then 1600 to 1000 BC we have as later Vedic period. Okay, so prompt. Then what is Vedic age? First you have to know what is Veda. Veda means to know. Okay, to know some particular thing or knowledge, you can say. But this is forming part of Shruti. Okay, Shruti and Smriti both we have. No, what is Shruti and Smriti?
One is divine, another is human.
What is Veda? Veda means what is getting heard by the disciple from the Guru. Okay, whatever the Guru teaches, what you are hearing, that is getting transferred from the Guru to the disciple, from him to next generations. In that way, what they are hearing, that is getting passed, the knowledge. Okay, that is what we consider as Vedic literature. It forms part of Shruti, that means to hear about something and that particular thing is getting transferred. So that is what you have to keep in mind. Then Shruti means to hear, as I told you, and it is a most common way of transmission of the knowledge. Okay. Then what happened here? How many Vedas are compiled? 4 Vedas. So if you see Vedic literature, this is divided into, or the Vedic age is divided into early Vedic period and later Vedic period. So this forms part of 2500 BC, or you can say this, sorry, this is 1600 BC, you can say almost, or 2500 BC only you can say, not 2000 actually, 1600 BC to 1000 BC you can say, where only Rig Veda is compiled. Okay, only Rig Veda was compiled during early Vedic period. Then in the later Vedic period, here Rig Veda got some additions and it was full-fledgedly prepared along with other Vedas like Yajurveda, Atharva Veda, Samved. That means 4 Vedas got compiled. Then we also have Brahmanas. Then we also have Upanishads. Then Aranyakas. Then we also have, yes, Puranas, epics like Ramayana and Mahabharata. So all these were also compiled during the later Vedic times only. Okay. So here you need to understand what are all these. So you know Rigveda. What is Rigveda talking about? Earliest Veda, Rigveda. What is it discussing about?
Poems in praise of some gods.
Yes, it mainly focus on hymns. Okay, slokas which are used to praise the god. Okay, this is the earliest Veda. And in Rigveda also we have different things. The gods mentioned like Savitri, okay, Usha, Prithvi, Agni, Varuna. Like this, we have different gods mentioned. And 10th mandala of Rigveda. Okay, what is it focusing on?
Birth of different women.
Yes, especially it is focusing and it is mentioning about Gayatri Mantra. Okay, you know what is Gayatri Mantra, right? So that was also there in 10th mandala of Rigveda. Then, what is Yajurveda? It is focusing on rituals and sacrifices. Then, other way, magic spells and charms. Then, some way,
Yes.
this has created music. Okay, Sama means the drink which they, okay, that means that has given birth for Indian music. So in this way, 4 Vedas are associated with 4 different things. Then what are Brahmanas?
They are apprentices to Vedas.
These are commentaries to Vedas. Okay, example, Aitreya Brahmana, Satapatha Brahmana. Okay, like this we have different Brahmanas. Then Upanishad. What is Upanishad? Upa means to sit near the Guru. Upanishad. Okay. Upanishad is also called as Vedantas. How many Vedantas are there again? 108 Upanishads are there. I'm asking the types of Vedantas. Astik, Nastik. Nastik is divided into 3. What are those 3? Charvaka school, Buddhism, Jainism, which didn't believe in God and existence of God. Nastik we call. Astik means, again it is divided into 6 schools of philosophy. We have Nyaya by Gautama, Kapila, Sankhya school. Then we have Yoga by Patanjali. Then Purva Mimamsa by Purva Mimamsa or Mimamsa. Yes, who have given Purva Mimamsa or Mimamsa? No? Yes, what are all the 6 schools of philosophy we have?
Sankhya.
Nyaya by Gautama Muni, Sankhya by Kapila, then Yoga Patanjali, Then
Vaisheshika Kannada.
Vaisheshika Kannada. Good. Then Purva Mimamsa.
Bharat.
Jaimini. And Uttar Mimamsa or Vedanta we call as by Badrayana. Okay, these are the 6 schools of Vedanta and Astik we have. Then Aranyakas. What are Aranyakas? These are 108. Okay, so you have different Upanishads. One famous Upanishad is Mundaka Upanishad. Read that Satyameva Jayate. Okay, that was written. Then Aranyakas. What are Aranyakas? These are, see, you know, 4 ashramas are there in the life of a person, right? One ashram means the 4th vanaprastha, when he normally renounces all the things, okay, and he lives in the forest at that point of time. The saranyakas or the things, okay, the forest things which have the element of magic and all. So these are most powerful. That is why they normally practice only in the forest. So aranyakas are also the books which we derive from the knowledge of brahmanas only, which are commentaries of Vedas, but these are only practiced in forests in varnashram stage of life. Then you know what are Puranas? How many Puranas are there? 18 Puranas. And you have Ramayana and Mahabharata. Okay. So these are all the things which are written during the later Vedic period. Okay. Now we'll understand the timeline we have already understood. Then what about the location? What is the location?
Eastern Gangetic.
So early Vedic period, if you have seen, early Vedic period, if this is India, it only confined itself to the northwestern part, okay, especially where the Indus Valley civilization used to prevail. There only they have inhabited. Coming to the later Vedic period, if this is India, then entire North India almost, okay, especially the Indo-Gangetic plain was also covered under the later Vedic period. Then I told you about Dasaraja battle or Battle of 10 Kings, where it has led to the establishment of Bharata clan, okay, as a ruling thing. Then this is what we already have discussed. Four Vedas you have to remember, and compositions also we have understood. Okay, only Rig Veda and here Rig Veda Final Touch and other books which were compiled. Then I told you Brahmanas. These are nothing but the commentaries of Vedas explaining the sacrifices and their emphasis. Upanishads or Vedantas also we call 108 in number, and these are the sources for philosophy. 6 schools of philosophy we have discussed, no, those. Then Aranyakas are the books of instructions which are normally given in forests. Then 2 epics were also compiled. Then these are the Vedangas. What are Vedangas? These are what you said as appendix or limbs of Veda. Okay. So then these are the things 6 we have. Siksha means pronunciation. We have Kalpa rituals. Vyakaran grammar. Nirukta means etymology you call phonetics. Okay. Then Chanda means metric. Jyotisha means astronomy. So these are the 6 Vedangas which are also compiled. Then 4 schools we have seen here. Sankhya, Kapila, Yoga, Patanjali, Vaisheshika, Kannada, Nyaya, Gautama Muni, Mimamsa, Jaimini, Vedanta or Uttar Mimamsa we call as Badrayana. Okay, this is what you have to keep in mind. This is the Astic school of Upanishad. Okay, so or you can then Nastic school is 3: Charvaka, Buddhism, and Jainism, which did not believe in God. So then geographical extent we have discussed here. So in the early Vedic period, it is considered that these people are living on the banks of 7 rivers, Sapta Sindhava they call. What are these 7 rivers? Here I have given, and these ancient names is also very much important. Okay, they can ask you this river and what is it related to in the modern times. Sindhu means Indus. Vipash means Beers River. Vitasta means Jhelum. Parushini, this is very famous river. Parushini means River Ravi. Then Aiskni, we have Chinam. Then we have Shatrudri, that is Satluj River we have, and Saraswati Gagga River, which has recently dried up. So these are the things. Saraswati River was considered as the holiest among all. Like it's not like Ganga at that time. In the early Vedic period, it was only confined to the north and northwestern parts. Okay, they didn't extend it to Gangetic plains. And later Vedic period, we have seen the location, right? They also covered northwestern and Indo-Gangetic plains, and eastern part was also covered. Then the polity. So what is the type of system they have in Rigvedic period? All good things are happening in the Rigvedic period. Okay, so the Main thing is Rajan here. Rajan is considered as a head or the chief, and mainly he's not fighting any battles for like conquering and all these things. Why the battles are fought at that time? For cattle. Okay, so cattle is the main source of wealth they consider in the Rigvedic period. So the person here, the chief, is considered as Rajan, is also considered as Gopati or Gopa, who is the protector of cows. Cows is considered as, or the cattle is considered as a wealth symbol. So here it is a monarchy and the office was hereditary. Okay, there is transfer of power from the person in the hereditary form. Then Gavashtis, and these are the persons Goshus, but it is the people are not having any standing army because there is no political things which are involved here. They don't have any army, so there is no doctrine of divinity. Divinity means what? The king is divine. They consider, so that concept is not prevailing at this point of time in the Rigvedic period. Then coming to the important functions, we also have Purohit, who is a priest. We have Senani, the commander of the army, and also Gramini, who is the leader of the village or head of the village. So these are the political functionaries in the early Vedic period. Then the form of government in later Vedic period is reverse here. Okay, so here political conquest started. Okay, not in the name of cattle, but they started expanding politically. With political ambitions, they used to perform all these yajnas. Okay, like Rajasuya, here Vajpaya, Ashwamedha. So you know what is the thing they have normally. Okay, so in Vajpaya, whenever the chariot of a king is released, okay, whoever will not object it till there, it is considered that the empire will be extended. In Ashwamedha, you know, it will be controlled when royal horse will be it will be uninterrupted. In Rajasuya means to get more powers, this yagna will be performed. In that way, he started consolidating his power. That is what observed in later Vedic period. So here they have army. Okay, in early Vedic period they don't have a standing army. Then administrative unit, if you see, it is patrilineal system. Okay, it is transferring heredity, we have seen, no? And it is patrilineal. Here the Kula is the family which is headed by a person called Kulapa. Kulapa again divided into Vis or clan, that is divided into Jana or tribe. That is the largest social unit where we have. Then administrative in the later Vedic period, it is Jana is changing into Janapadas. If it is much bigger, we call it as Mahajanapadas. This is what we have in the later Vedic times. Then Rashtra, instead of cows, we are fighting now for Rashtra. Rashtra means which are fought for territory. That means political ambitions are there at this point of time. So this is what you have to understand. Then how the society and assemblies are there means Sabha. Sabha means elites only are there. Samiti means like assembly, all the persons will be there and it is headed by the Rajan. Vidata means with diverse functions, and Gana means it is an assembly or troop. Okay. In this way we have subunits or the tribal assembly. Then here you can see Sabha and Samiti totally diminished in their importance in the later Vedic period, and Vidata disappeared. Who became more prominent here? Rajan. Okay, the chief or the king will become more prominent. So then we'll see the society. So society here you can see there is no Varna system that is so rigid at this point of time, not divided on the caste. Okay, the persons are divided based on their occupations here. That is the most important thing. So it is occupation, but it's not based on birth. Okay, so they're not attaching any occupation based on caste. Whatever you practice, that is considered here. Then in the later Vedic period, what happened? Varnashram system, okay, or Varna system has taken its birth. Fourfold division: Brahmin, Kshatriya, Vaishya, Shudras. Okay, they were given their particular occupation right from the beginning. So Brahmins are only there to perform the rituals and sacrifices. Kshatriyas to control, okay, to wage the wars and all politically. Then Vaishyas to trade and to practice agriculture. Shudras to serve all the three. Okay, so these are considered. That is what fourfold division of the society based on caste. Then caste exogamy also became here. Okay, caste exogamy means you can not marry outside the caste, you cannot dine outside the caste. So inter caste dining, so all these things also became one of the common phenomenon. So then, so rigid social hierarchy also got developed. So intercaste marriages, all these were banned here. Okay, it's not allowed. Then increase in cult of sacrifices is also, it is sacrifices, it also got increased. So with the power of Brahmanas. So then Varna system, if you see here, here they consider the people as dasyus or dasas. Okay, so the people who are of Varna, based on that they have divided. So because Harappan people are considered dark in color and also Dravidian, but the later Vedic people or the Aryans, they considered as non-native and whiter in color, fair in color, no? That is why they consider this division between Vedic and non-Vedic people, okay? Then the Rigvedic society, if you see, it is totally egalitarian because there is no much division in the society. But in the later Vedic times, what happened? It is mostly divided society based on caste lines. So here, Rigvedic people are most familiar with slavery and all these things. So you can see later Vedic, more distinction is there in the society and all. It is based on birth and less on occupation. Okay, caste became affiliated with birth and untouchability. These systems also started erupting. Women's position degraded. In Rigvedic, what happened? Men and women are treated equally. Women are allowed to study. Women are allowed to perform rituals. Okay, they are allowed to freely move. But here, their movements got confined. In economy, if you see in Rigvedic period, it is pastoral. Pastoral means they're moving from place to place in search of pastures. That means they're nomadic in nature. But in later Vedic period, they started agriculture. What is the main reason? Because the iron was discovered at this point of time. Okay, then agriculture economy is the main thing which has contributed to the growth of later Vedic. Why? Because iron was discovered here. Okay, then we'll see what are the other things. Trade and commerce, you can see. So here there is no concept of private property. Okay, in the Rigvedic period, especially, and the unit of currency is nishka. Nishka means coin. So it is used as a unit of currency. Then in the later Vedic period, you can see the private property concept began slowly, and the land was also divided. And here you can see barter system is still prevalent, but this nishka coin is also becoming a unit of value. It's not a currency, but they started. In this Shrestins, it is like a guild of merchants that also started. Okay, so they started forming associations for the merchants class in the form of guilds called Shrestins. So this is what how slowly the society is getting developed. You can see here revenue system. There is no regular revenue, but voluntary taxation is there, that is called as Bali. Okay, but here in the later Vedic period, we have tax collection made mandatory instead of voluntariness. Here we have mandatoriness, that is the person who is collecting it is called sangrihit. Okay, then vaishyas are the people only who are paying tribute, because Brahmins are given tax exemption and the kshatriyas are the people who have to rule. No, that is why only vaishyas who are engaging in trade and agriculture are asked to pay the taxes. Okay, shudras doesn't have that much affordability at that time. So the nature of worship, here also there is no temple or idolatry like IVC, and they mainly focused on primitive animism. That means worshipping the nature and the animals and all. Here you can see idolatry worship came into picture. That means the most practices, modern day practices which we are considering, all these are forming part of the later Vedic only. Okay, so sacrifices became most common. At the same time, Brahmins, they have regained their supremacy and all, and at the same time there is much emphasis on performing yajnas and rituals and sacrifices. So these are the things which we observe. So then what about the gods in Rigvedic period? Nature worship, Indra, Varuna, Agni, Usha, Prithvi, Aditi, like this, female and males both. Okay, they have their worship. Okay, and these are considered as the gods. Whatever the gods we have in the present times, like Rudra, Vishnu. Okay, all these were not given so much importance at Rigvedic period. Okay, but we have a god called Pushan. He is considered as god of Shudras. Okay, who protects the cows? He is considered Shudras, god of Shudras, Kushan. Then in the later Vedic period, what happened? These people have lost their prominence. Instead, whom we have? Rudra, Vishnu, Ganesh. Okay, Durga worship, like these things started. Okay, Shakti or Durga, like this, these gods gain prominence compared to the Rigvedic period. So there is difference in the worship also. Then answer this question. The religion of early Vedic Aryans is primarily of bhakti, image worship and yagnas, worship of nature and yagnas, worship of nature and bhakti.
See, ma'am.
Worship of nature and yagnas. So that is what is believed. Then national motto of India, Satyameva Jayate. is inscribed from, the emblem is taken from Mundyaka Upanishad, that is answer D. Then with respect to early Vedic period, these are the statements they have given. First and second, only male gods like Prithvi, Agni, Vayu, Varuna, and Indra were worshipped. Second, there were no temples and no idolatry worship in the early Vedic period. So what is correct with respect to early Vedic?
Only women.
Only B. Why? Only male gods is not correct. Even female gods like Usha, Aditi, these are also worshipped. So here this statement is incorrect. This statement is correct. Only 2 is the answer. Then now we are going to discuss about the next. Okay, after the Vedic age, the rise of Mahajanapadas. We have seen in the later Vedic what happened. Jana was replaced with Janapada, somewhat larger territory, and in case if it is so much large, we can call it as Mahajanapada. Okay, so how many Mahajanapadas are there by 600 BC? That means when later Vedic is coming to a decline. Okay, 1600 to 1000, 1000 to 600 BC we have. So here we have 16 Mahajanapadas. Yes. Yes. Have to know. Gandhara, then yes, Magadha, Mala, Matsya, then Purasena, and Vatsa, Vajji, and so this is Panchala, sorry. Panchala, we have Surasena last. So these are 16. Did we get 16? 6, 8, 10. Yes, 16 we got. So these are 16 Mahajanapadas. Okay. So what was so specific here? You have to remember among these how many are republics and how many are monarchs. Those type of questions can be asked. Second thing is they can ask you about capitals or uniqueness. So for example, if you see, this is the only Mahajanapada which is in the southern part, especially this Assaka is on the river banks of Godavari, and this is the only Mahajanapada which is south of Vindhyas. Okay, so such unique things you have to remember. At the same time, then you have to remember Avanti. What is Avanti? Its capital is Ujjain. Okay, Ujjain is located on which river? Shipra. Shipra river. Okay, so this is what you have to keep in mind. Then, what about Gandhara? What is its capital? Takshashila. Okay, Takshashila is in Pakistan. Okay, then Kuru. What is the capital of Kuru? Indraprastha. Okay, then Koshala. It is associated with one of the pilgrimage site. Ayodhya. Okay, so it forms part of Koshala Mahajanapada. Then Kasi, Benares. Okay, so in UP. Then we have Magadha. Magadha's capital is Rajgriha you have and Pataliputra, both. Okay, then Malla. Malla's capital Pavapuri and Kushinagara. These two are the capitals of Malla. Okay, then you have Vajji. Vajji's capital is Vaishali. Vaishali is in Bihar. Like this, you have to remember the capitals of the most important Mahajanapadas, and at the same time, you also have to remember how many are monarchs and how many are republics. Okay, so this is what you have to remember, and the geographical extent is also very much important. Okay, do remember this. So you have, they can ask you to arrange north to south, or they can ask you to arrange east to west. These things you have to keep in mind. Okay, 16 you have to remember. Then we are going to discuss among all Mahajanapadas, the largest and most important Mahajanapada is Magadha. Okay, why? Because Magadha Mahajanapada has subsumed all these Mahajanapadas into it, and it became more powerful. So, what is the most important reason why Mahajanapada of Magadha became most successful? Very good. First thing is geographical location. Where it is located? It is located on the banks of Ganges River. Okay, so it is very fertile area. That is why it could prosper well. Then, yes, iron. Then the river system also helped in navigation and trade also, right? Then what are the other reasons why Magadha has flourished? What is the capital of Magadha? We have discussed already. Rajgrih and Pataliputra. Pataliputra is modern day Patna. Okay, so then language they have used is Magadhi. Magadhi is the language which they have used. Okay, so first thing is you have to remember Magadha as in Mahajanapada is divided into 3 dynasties. So first dynasty is Haranyaka dynasty. Okay, you can see the rough timeline 560 to 413 BC. Haranyaka dynasty's founder is Bimbisara. He was followed by Ajatashatru, followed by Udayan we call. Okay, so this person. So then he was defeated by Shishunaga dynasty. So Shishunaga was the founder of this dynasty. He was followed by Kalashoka. You know what is so famous about Kalashoka? Okay, so he was the first person. Second Buddhist council. Okay, this Ajatashatru, first Buddhist council. Kalashoka, second Buddhist council. Then he was dethroned by Nanda dynasty. Padmananda, he was the founder, and then we have Dhanananda. So during Dhanananda, only what happened? Alexander invasion happens, but although he didn't come till there, okay, because Nandas are having good army at the time. So, but what happened? Dhanananda will enter into a conflict with whom? Chanakya. Okay, they don't have good lines. So, what happened when Dhanananda became an enemy of Chanakya? Chanakya will make Chandragupta Maurya to win over Dhanananda, and that Nanda dynasty will be replaced with Mauryan Empire. In that way, Magadha has resulted in Mauryan Empire. Okay, so these are the 3 dynasties which you have to keep in mind. And most important thing you have to keep in mind here is during Dhanananda only, this Alexander invasion into India happened in 321 BC. Okay, but they couldn't meet. They didn't have any war and all. You have to keep this in mind. Then use of money. So at the time during Magadhas, they have used Nishka or Satamana. This is a punch marked coin. You can see marking, okay, to identify that this is a coin of this particular ruler they have used. But mostly if it is made up of silver and copper only. Okay, so these are the prominent metals they have used for money. Then taxes. I told you Bali. This is a voluntary payment which is in Rigvedic period. No, that became compulsory now, and 1/6 of the produce was considered as a tax. Okay, which the peasants have to pay to the lord. Then administrative system, you can see there is Mantri Parishad. Okay, advisory council, a council of ministers. We have this system, and here you have a set of officials. These names can be asked. Okay, so what is this? Kammikas. Kammikas means custom officials. Okay, then we have Shulka Adhyaksha means Shulka means tax. Shulkam means even in Telugu also we consider it as toll. Okay, then Rajabhatas means the persons who are safeguarding the life of the people and travelers, okay, for protecting from the robbers and all. So those are the persons. Then you can see here, this is the Alexander's conquest into India. Here you have Nanda dynasty. He couldn't reach till here, okay. So he couldn't, because there are different reasons why he has withdrawn without entering and invading into this. So this is first part of the lecture, okay. Then we'll discuss other things now. Then we'll discuss Mauryan Empire later on. But before, what happened? When this rise of Mahajanapadas is happening, simultaneously what happened? There are religious reforms that is taking place in the form of origin of Buddhism and Jainism. So before that, what is the reason why the Buddhism and Jainism are rising to prominence? Then 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 so if you see here, we previously have the later Vedic age, okay, before the Mahajanapadas, okay, Vedic age we have, where we have seen there is more complexity in rituals and sacrifices increasing, or the emphasis on religious aspects is increasing compared to the early Vedic period. In early Vedic period, nature worship, there is no temple and idolatry worship. But in the later Vedic, what happened? There is more emphasis on rituals and sacrifices. So what happened with this? When there is more complicated rituals, the common man is unable to understand, okay, for what he has to do all this and all. Then Brahmanical dominance or supremacy is also what, with which the Kshatriyas are also not happy with. Okay, so even if the ruler is Kshatriya, who is commanding the actual power? It is the Brahmanas, okay, who are, or Brahmins who are controlling. So that is what even Kshatriyas are also not happy, and other people like Vaishyas and Shudras also not happy. Then emphasis on sacrifices. So what happened at that point of time? If you have seen, cattle is considered as a wealth. Okay, so whom they have to sacrifice here? Cattle. If they have to sacrifice cattle at that time, can they practice agriculture? If they sacrifice more, then they have to lose what they have for agriculture and all. So that is also troubling them. This particular concept of Vedic practices and rituals, it is emphasizing on sacrifices, which is not happy for the people. Then the emphasis of use of Sanskrit also. If you have seen Vedic, later Vedic and Rigvedic both also have used language of pure Sanskrit only, chaste Sanskrit we call. So that is emphasis is mostly on Sanskrit only, which is not understandable by the common man. They couldn't understand it. Then there is, in the later Vedic period, you have seen women's position got degraded and they're not even allowed to come out. Parda system come in, sati system. There is a ban on intercaste marriages and all. So sati type of thing, child marriages also have risen into prominence and all. So that means the women's status has fallen down. At the same time, Shudras are also barred from studying Vedas and all. So there is more rigid division in the society that got developed. Then there is no upgradation of status in the society was developed. That means what happened? So what is the main reason here is the use of iron. So what happened in the later Vedic, we have seen iron came into picture. What happened with iron? Previously they have to use wooden plowshares, bullock carts, and all this for agriculture. But with iron, what happened? It became more easy for the weapons or the whatever the things you have to use for agriculture. They became very easy to make out of iron and all, right? So with the use of iron, what happened? There is prosperity in agriculture. When there is prosperity, what happens? There will be more trade. When there is more trade, what happens? Vaishyas will become more richer. Yes. So when they're paying more and they're becoming richer, they wanted to upgrade their status in the society, right? They wanted to uplift themselves. So they don't want them to be in the third position, only paying the taxes. So they want some recognition and respect also. But it was not allowed in the Vedic times. Okay, and Vedas are also not allowing it. They're always following that fourfold division of the society, Varna system. So that is what with why Vaishyas are not happy with this. So they are not happy because now they're earning more. They want their status to be upgraded. That is what they want, but it is not allowed in the Vedic times. Then the use of iron. So use of iron has increased the cultivation of agriculture with which more money is being generated. So there are some upgradations in the society also. Some people are becoming more richer, but they're having no political power or they're not having any command in the society. So these are the number of reasons with which people are not happy in the Vedic times. So these are all the reasons why they have given birth for new religious reforms. Okay, as mainly one of the main reason of Buddhism and Jainism is against Vedic practices only, no, because they don't want. Common man doesn't understand for what they're doing, why they're doing. Okay, it's not understandable also. So that is why against Vedic practices only, mainly this Buddhism and Jainism has originated. So you have to know the reasons now. Then we'll understand individually what is Buddhism and Jainism. This is the most favorite area. Sometimes they can ask you the easy question, okay, relating to the text or any particular event or the painting or architecture forms like stupas we have seen, no, in 23. They can ask you in the straightforward way. Otherwise, they can complicate. In case if the question is difficult, okay, don't worry, you don't try to trouble yourself focusing only on that question and wasting your time, because in case if that question is difficult, it will be difficult for everyone. Some questions will be asked in a level that even history optional students cannot also answer. Okay, you need not spend your time on those questions. If it is easy to moderate, try to put your effort. Otherwise, leave that question and go to the next question. Okay, so here what type of questions can be asked? Basic level also be asked, or moderate also can be asked. So here, who is the founder of Buddhism? Siddhartha Gautama, who later became Buddha. He was born in 563 BC. Okay, this is what you have to keep in mind. Then, what he focused upon? He focused on Madhyam Marg, also called middle path. Okay, so you should not have any extremity. So you should always follow the middle path. That is also advisable for the UPSC aspirants. Okay, you need not worry when you don't prepare anything, or if you prepare anything also, you need not worry. You should always be in the middle. Okay, so that is what advisable according to Buddha also. Then he was also known as Siddhartha or Sakya Muni. Okay, he's also considered as Tathagata, means who know everything. Okay, or who knows everything. Then he belongs to Sakya clan. Okay, this is what both Buddha and Jain, Mahavir Jain, both are Kshatriyas only. Okay, who were mainly subjected to the Brahmanical supremacy. Okay, then father is Siddhodana, you have, mother is Maya Devi. Okay, so this Maya Devi's dream, all these are very famous. Then birthplace is Lumbini. Lumbini is in Nepal. Okay, this is the capital of Sakya Republic. It is in Nepal. Then enlightenment. Okay, so at the age of 33, in under people tree. Okay, that is called Bodhi tree now. Urvela in Bodh Gaya we call. This is on the banks of Niranjana river or Falgu river. Okay, so this is what you have to focus on. This is a Bodhi tree where this person Buddha has got enlightened. Okay, so what happened is here this Bodhi tree is there. No, two persons have touched and they have cut down this Bodhi tree. Who are those two rulers? When they have cut down the Bodhi tree, that can be understood as these are the persons against Buddhism, right? That means they have to belong to Hinduism. Okay, so that means two persons. Who are those two? Very good. Shashanka Gowda of Bengal. Then
Muslim.
no, it's not Muslim. Okay, Pushyamitra Sunga of Sunga dynasty. So these two persons, they have cut down the Bodhi tree. Okay, this is what you have to keep in mind. Okay, at the age of 33, under People Tree, he got enlightenment and he has delivered his first sermon. Sermon means first lecture. Okay, so that was given in Sadhana, Deer Park. It was located now as Deer Park. So that we considered as Dharma Chakra Pravartan. Okay, so to 5 disciples, including Mahakasyapa. So he is considered as first disciple of Buddha. Then Mahapad Nivaran means died. Okay, he died at Kushinagara at the age of 80. Okay, so this is what you have to keep in mind. I told you Kushinagara is one of the capital of Malla along with Pavapuri. Okay, this is what you have to keep in mind. Then, what are the literary sources? Okay, so when you're reading about any particular kingdom, we have to know about the literary sources. Okay, whatever the kingdoms we are going to look now, for everything you have to know what are the literary sources and all. So here, if you see Ceylon Chronicles, like Mahavamsha by Mahanama, Deepavamsha we have, and also we have Attakatha. These are written by Vartagamani. So these are the sources from the Ceylon we have, which are giving the sources about the Buddhism and its practice. Then we also have Tibetan Chronicles. You can see Divya Vandana and Kala Chakra. These are the Tibetan Chronicles. Then we have Tripitakas. You know what are Tripitakas? Okay, Sutta Pitaka, Vinaya Pitaka, Abhidhamma Pitaka. So what is Sutta Pitaka focusing on? Buddha and his companions. Vinaya means rules, Vinaya. Okay, then Abhidhamma means the philosophy, Dhamma and its philosophy is mainly focused in Abhidhamma Pitaka. Okay, so like this, 3 Pitakas are there in Buddhism. You have to focus on this. Then Jatakas. Jatakas means life stories of Buddha. Okay, this is also depicted in different wall paintings and all. Okay, in the form of murals and all. Then another source we have is Milinda Panha. What is this Milinda Panha? A compilation of question and answer. Okay, so who is this Milinda Panha? Indo-Greek, okay, Bactrian ruler called Meander, the king. Okay, so he was asking the questions, and who is giving the reply? Buddhist monk called Nagasena. This question and answer compilation was made in the form of a book called Milinda Panha. Okay, so this is also giving different sources about Buddhism. Okay, then we have 3 jewels of Buddhism, 3 ratnas. That is Buddha, Dhamma, and Sangha. Sangha means the order. Okay, so these are the 3 things you have to keep in mind. So till now, what we have discussed: literary sources, Ceylon sources. What are Ceylon Chronicles? Deepavamsa, Mahavamsa, and just now you have seen. It starts with A. Yes? Just now we have seen, no? Attakatha. Okay. Then we have Tibetan Chronicles in the form of Divya Vandana and Kala Chakra. Okay. And 3 Pitakas we have. You have to remember. Sutta Pitaka means Buddha and his companions. Vinaya Pitaka, rules and regulations for the Buddhist monks. Then Abhidhamma Pitaka with respect to Dhamma and the philosophy of Buddhism. So these are the sources along with Jataka stories, and we also have Milinda Panha. This is very much important. They can ask you who is associated with this Milinda Panha. Buddhist monk Nagasena, who is giving the answer, and the questions are posed by Meander, who is an Indo-Greek ruler. Okay. Then 3 jewels, Buddha, Dhamma, and Sangha. Then these are the events associated with Buddha's life. Okay, so the symbols are associated with his life. These are very much important. We consider the conception or descent, Avakranti, as white elephant. Okay, normally when the Maya Devi, okay, so who is the mother of Buddha, when she's sleeping, also they have she in her dream will be seeing this white elephant and all. Okay, that is symbolizing the birth of Buddha. Okay, so Jati birth means lotus and bull. Lotus and bull will emphasize and it will symbolize the birth of Buddha. Then Mahabhinishkraman, that is great renunciation. That is identified with horse when he is leaving the house. Okay, great renunciation. Mahabhinishkraman means horse. Then you have Nirvana. Nirvana or Sambodhi means enlightenment. That is identified under Bodhi tree. Then we have Dharmachakra Pravartan. That is first sermon. It is identified with wheel. Okay, Ashoka wheel. Then Mahaparinivaran, depth means stupa. This is where the question was asked in 2023. Stupa means where the relics of Buddha will be placed. Okay, of Buddha and the death remains will be placed. Then we also have after Buddha's death, 4 Buddhist councils were held. Okay, who presided it? What are the features you have to keep in mind? Then first Buddhist council happened in 483 BC in Rajgriha. This is the first of the capital of Magadha. Okay, it was patronized by Ajatashatru, who was the second ruler of Magadha of Hiranyaka dynasty, and it was presided by Mahakassapa. What happened here? Tripitakas were compiled. Sutta, Vinaya, and Abhidhamma Pitaka. These were compiled here in the first one. Then second one in after 100 years, 383 in Vaishali. Vaishali is the capital of Vajji. Okay, this is in Bihar. This was patronized by Kalashoka. We have seen Kalashoka of which dynasty? Shishunaga dynasty we have seen, no? So second ruler is Kalashoka. Okay, then it was preceded by Sambhakamni, and here it is divided into Stiravidans and Mahasandhikas. Again, Buddhism got divided here, second division. Then third, 250 BC, Pataliputra. So this is again a capital of Magadha. Okay, so here Ashoka has patronized it. Okay, and Mogaliputta Tissa, he is the person who presided it. Okay, then here Buddhist missionaries were sent to other parts of the country during Ashoka, and he has contributed to the spread of Buddhism. Then fourth Buddhist council in 100 AD. Okay, here who it was in Kashmir and Kanishka. It was patronized by Kanishka of Kushans. Then who presided it? Vashumitra, and it was divided here into Hinayana and Mahayana Buddhisms. Okay, so these are the types of Buddhisms we have from fourth Buddhist council. Then let me know what is the difference. Yes,
Repeat because Abhidhamma was combined later on.
later on. Yes, initially it will start here. Okay, later on it will be compiled. Then let me know the difference between Hinayana and Mahayana. What are the differences?
Conservatives.
Who are conservatives?
Hinayana.
Hinayana.
They follow Sanskrit. Sorry. They follow Pali.
Pali. Okay.
Mahayana follows Sanskrit.
Who follow Sanskrit? Who follow Pali? Think and answer.
Yeah. Sponsored worship also.
How it is different among Hinayana and Mahayana?
Mahayana, they worship ideal forms, different forms of Buddha.
Hinayana.
Sorry. Mahayana.
Mahayana.
Hinayana, they worship all the previous gods.
Okay. Who believes that Buddha has rebirth?
Mahayana.
Mahayana. Hinayana thinks Buddha itself is not a god. Okay. Then what are the areas where we can see this Hinayana and Mahayana? Areas I'm asking. Ashoka patronized Hinayana or Mahayana? Hinayana. What about Harsha?
Mahayana.
Mahayana. Yes. Who are the rulers who have embraced Buddhism?
Ashoka.
Ashoka,
Harsha.
Harsha,
Some of the introductions.
Kanishka we have here. Then Ajatashatru. Bimbisara and Ajatashatru are the contemporaries we have for Buddhism, Buddha and Jains also. Yes, online students also can answer. What are the areas? Think about the ideology if you know. You're saying the differences, right? When you're understanding the differences, why don't you think the areas where this Hinayana and Mahayana are prevalent?
Northwestern India
Northwestern India, Hinayana.
in the schools of
Okay.
Gandharas
Hmm.
and in Kanishka's school of
Kanishka believed in Hinayana or Mahayana? Mahayana. Okay. So, where we can find Buddhism and its prevalence in what other parts of the world? Sri Lanka, Tibet, Southeast Asia, East Asia, Central Asia. Then, where you're identifying Hinayana and Mahayana?
Then you are Jawaharlal Nehru, very good then. Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel. So all the freedom fighters earlier they struggled against the expelled the British from India. Once they expelled British from India, they the Indian Constitution. They are the members of Indian Constitution. According to the Indian Constitution in 1950s, first general
Hinayana, Mahayana కాకుండా ఇంకేమైనా టైప్స్ ఉన్నాయా బుద్ధిజంలో? వజ్రయాన and that's it. Theravada Buddhism also we have. Okay, it was further divided. What are the major differences you can see here? Hinayana means lesser path. Okay, so lesser wheel also they consider here. These are the considered as true teachings of Buddha. Okay, they didn't worship in idolatry form. They didn't focus on reading the things and all or singing the slokas or something. Salvation is considered through self-discipline. They didn't focus on ritualistic part. Only meditation is considered as the main goal, through which they can reach the salvation. And also it was patronized by Ashoka, Hinayana Buddhism, and it is prevalent in Central Asia, East Asia, like countries like China, Tibet, okay, Japan. All these areas we have Hinayana Buddhism. Okay, so and you also have to remember here teachings are in Pali language. Okay, then what about Mahayana? It is greater path. Okay, and here the focus is on Sanskrit. There Pali, here Sanskrit, and here instead we have God worship. We consider Buddha as a god, and also worshipping in the form of idolatry. Right, we consider Buddha to take life. Okay, in many rebirths will be there, so that is why here the emphasis is on worshipping bodhisattvas also for reborn. Okay, Buddhas. Then salvation can be attained by faith and devotion at the same time. It also believes in mantras and all these things, but their only focus is on meditation. Okay, then who followed this Mahayana Buddhism? Harshavardhana, and it was prevalent in which areas?
Northern India.
Mainly in India. Which form of Indian Buddhism is prevalent? Hinayana or Mahayana? Mahayana. Are you very sure? And what other areas we have? In Sri Lanka? Mahayana or Hinayana? Then
Nepal.
and
Myanmar.
all the Southeast Asian countries also we have this Mahayana Buddhism. Okay. Then next is Vajrayana. Vajrayana means here it is considered as vehicle of thunderbolt. Okay. Vajrayana translates. So it is established in Tibet, where we have this Dalai Lama system. No, so Lama means the guru. So you can see Dalai Lama is a Tibetan Lama, which is being practiced. What they consider is not focusing on meditation or these things, but through magical powers they will be attaining the salvation. That is what they believe in. And here the much emphasis will be given to the role of the guru, who is considered as Lama. Okay, so this is what you have to focus on instead of ritualistic things. Then these are the UNESCO heritage sites related to Buddhism. Okay, you have Nalanda Mahavihar in Nalanda University in Bihar, that is one of the UNESCO site. Then Buddhist monuments at Sanchi in Madhya Pradesh, Sanchi Stupa we have. Then Mahabodhi Temple in Bodh Gaya, Bihar. Then Ajanta Caves in Aurangabad of Maharashtra. So these are all the places associated with Buddhism where we have this UNESCO heritage status. Okay. Then next is Jainism. Okay, so why Buddhism has lost its prominence, or what is the reason of decline? Why Buddhism declined?
Aggressive patronage of Hinduism by latter kings.
That is one of the reason. Again, revival of Hinduism. Okay, especially after this Mauryan Empire, Shunga dynasty, especially those type of kingdoms have rose into prominence. Then, second reason is
Sanskrit adoption.
adoption of Sanskrit. What is the main thing why this Buddhism raised is one of the reason is excessive use of Sanskrit in Vedic literature. Okay, so they didn't understand when Buddhist and Jain teachings were given in the common language, Prakrit, okay, which is understandable by the common man, they accepted it. But later on, what happened? They started again taking or embracing the Sanskrit only as a platform, and what they didn't allow the women into Sangha, okay, in the beginning. But now what happened? The monks also got associated with women taking liquor, so taking bribes or donations, accepting gifts, all these also. That means corruption also started breeding in the Buddhist sanghas and monks. So that also has lost faith among the people. Why Buddhism? That means for what reasons it has taken its birth. Same things have started slowly creeping in Buddhism and it has lost its prominence. Okay, so then now we have next religious reform that also happened in 600 BC, that is Jainism. Okay, so what is the difference in the similarity between Buddhism and Jainism? First, write down the similarities. What are the similarities?
The eloquence.
Both focused on non-violence. Okay, then both did not believe in existence of God. Then both are against Vedic aspects, right? They're against. Then both defied existence of caste system. Then both allowed women, okay, to take and embrace these religions. They did not place any conditions on women. Then
Both adopted vernacular language.
vernacular languages like common language like Prakrit and all for medium of communication. Then what are the other things? Now tell me what are the Buddhism and Jainism differences we have?
Place in middle path, place in extreme.
Good. Here the focus is on middle path or Madhyam Marg in Buddhism, but in Jainism, extremity. Here the focus is on body. Okay, so how you may have to make the body, like how you have to devote your body through meditation and all that was focused. But here, soul, the mind. Okay, so it was focused on mind. So everything is believed to have a soul according to Jainism. Transmigration of soul. Everything in the universe, it is having its existence. It is also having its soul. So he believed in soul. Then, what is another difference you have? So he did not say agriculture should not be taken up. But here what happened? They didn't, as they believe in extremity of non-violence. Okay, so they focused only on trade. Because in case if you're practicing agriculture, some of the things, living organisms have to be killed. Okay, so that also they don't want. But here, with respect to clothing and all, he didn't place any restrictions. Okay, even with respect to celibacy also, he did not say anything. But here, if you see, we have Digambars, we have who are naked, who think sky is the cloth. Okay. Then we also have Shvetambas who take only white one. But here if you see, when Mahavir Jain will become 24th Tirthankar, what happens? He will add the fifth one principle to the Jainism, what is Brahmacharya or celibacy. That is a mandatory thing which he says to attain salvation or liberation. Then what are the other differences? Rebirth. So you think Buddha will believe in rebirth? Idolatry worship is there in Buddhism and Jainism both, or that is also a common thing you can add. Then
There is differences in terms of salvation.
hmm,
It
what?
is easy to attain salvation in Buddhism,
Hmm.
whereas it is difficult.
How is salvation achieved in Jainism?
Individualistic and it's difficult.
Here the focus is on fasting. Once if you take or embrace Jainism, immediately you have to undergo 16 days fast. Okay, 16 days only on water or liquid you have to be there. After 17 days, one meal, like that. Even today also, most of the Jains practice such things. Okay, so how you are attaining salvation is through Sallekana. Recently, one of the Jain monk, if you have seen, even Prime Minister also visited him. Recently, he has attain salvation according to Sallekana. Sallekana means fasting until death. Okay, through that, if they practice, then they'll think that they attain salvation. Who is one of the ruler who have got salvation through this way?
Chandra.
Chandragupta Maurya. Okay, so first ruler of the Mauryan Empire. Okay, so online students are saying both are developed by Kshatriyas only. Okay, that is also one of the common point. Okay, in this way they have their own similarities and differences. Okay, in concept and ideology. Then, if you see what is a contribution of Buddhism and Jainism to present day, although we are discussing in prelims point of view, but still in mains they can ask you, right, what is the relevance of Buddhism and Jainism in the present day, or how they have contributed to development of our Indian society, or is there anything we have to embrace from Buddhism and Jainism to maintain such good things in the society? In case if they answer, what will be your points?
How?
Caste, with respect to caste, so there should not be any division. Okay, then
Harmonious and non-violent coexistence.
harmonious and non-violent coexistence of the society. Then animal sacrifices, all these things, okay, should not be there. Then
Diplomatic ties.
to strengthen diplomatic ties with other countries, Buddhism always is an tool. Then what are the other things? Think in this way. To improve the status of women. Okay, Still women are not part of decision making, right? So that in that way you can say. Then to in controlling violence also, as a peace tool we can promote this. Then
To promote vernacular language.
then should we focus on idolatry worship? Again, that becomes a debate in case if we start. Yes? What are the other things? Both have another common phenomenon is both said intoxication should not be done. Buddhism and Jainism, intoxication, drugs, taking liquor, alcohol, all these things are also not allowed according to Buddhism and Jainism. Then animal slaughter, cow slaughter, those are also not allowed. That is also one of the DPSP we have, right, under Article 48. Like this. So today also we have relevance of Buddhism and Jainism, and we also have so many things to take and inculcate in our society. Okay. So here now we'll be discussing the Jainism. So Jainism is again an religious reform to stop Brahmanical orthodoxy and against the caste system which is prevailing at that point of time. It is a change the society wanted in the form of religious reform. Okay, so what happened here? The teachers in Jainism are considered as Tirthankars. Okay, Jain Tirthankars we call. How many we have? 24 Tirthankars. You have to remember first one, 23rd and 24th one. Who is the first one? Rishabhnath. 23rd, Parsavnath. Then 24th is Mahavir Jain. Okay, so 24 Tirthankars we have. Then we also have to remember that these 23 members have given 4 principles which a Jain has to follow. Like Asteya means what? Non-possession or non-acquisition of anything. Then non-violence. Then
Satya.
Satya, truth. Then 4th one,
Not steal.
no, don't steal anything. Then 5th one, brahmacharya or celibacy was added by Mahavir Jain, who was the 24th Tirthankar. Okay, so in this way you have 5 principles of Jainism. So these are the details about Vardhaman Mahavir, who is considered as the last Tirthankar, and he was born at Kundanagram. This is in Vaishali, near Vaishali. This is in Bihar. As I told you, this is the capital of Vajji Mahajanapada. Okay. Then his parents were also Kshatriyas. Then father is Siddhartha, who is the head of the Gnatrika clan, and mother is Trishala. Okay, she's a relative of Lichavi. And then Lichavi princess will be married to Chandragupta Maurya. In that way, they're related here. He preached his teachings for 30 years and he died at Pavapuri. Pavapuri, we have seen, one of the capital of Malla. Okay, along with Kushinagar. Kushinagar is the place where Buddha has passed away. Pavapur is a place where Mahavir Jain passed away. That means both of them has passed away in Malla Mahajanapada only. Okay, so at Rajagriha near Bihar. Okay, so this is closer. Then at age of 72 he passed away. Buddha at the age of 80. So almost. Then teachings of Jainism. Both have rejected Vedic principles we have seen. What is Vedic principle? Focusing on sacrifices, rituals, and all these were rejected. He did not believe in God's existence. Okay, what they believed in is karma theory. Karma theory is what? Focused in Jainism. Okay, what you do will come to you. Cause and effect relationship. Okay, so that is what I told you. Everything in universe is a product of cause and effect. Okay, then he believed in karma as also transmigration of the soul. Everything in the universe has soul. That is what he believed in. Okay, body dies but soul doesn't die. That is what Jain believe in, and one will be punished or rewarded according to one's karma. That is what he believed in, and he also advocated a life of austerity and non-violence. Okay, so this is what he focused. Then they also stressed on equality, but they did not reject caste system. Okay, so they said caste system has to be reformed. There should not be rigid caste system. There should be equality. That is what. But Buddhism, what did they say? There should not be any caste system. Okay, so then asceticism is also one of the thing which they've stressed upon. Starvation This is what I told you. Sallekana, fasting till death, nudity, digambas, and also self-mortification or the things which are focused upon in Jainism. Jainism does not believe in God as creator, survivor, or destroyer. Nothing will be created, nothing will be destroyed. That is what they believe in. Okay, so Jainism believes that universal and all substances are eternal. There won't be any such creation and destruction. That is what Jainism will believe in. Okay, so these are the things which you have to know from the basic level. Then what are the sects in Jainism? The divisions. Shvetambars and Digambars. So how they got divided? After a famine, Chandragupta Maurya, they moved from Pataliputra, from Mauryan dynasty to southern part, Karnataka part, Shravan Beligala, near Mysore region. What happened there? After the famine, they wanted again to go back, but some people wanted to settle there. Because of this ideological difference, what happened? It has resulted in two different sects in Jainism. So one is Shvetambar and Digambar. So who are the people who embrace this Digambars? Bhadrabahu, one of the person who is leading a sect. Okay, he said Digambars. Okay, what did they say? Digambars means they said to reside there or they have to move to the northern part.
Reside in south.
So they wanted to reside in South India. Okay, there itself. Here it is by Stulabahu or Sulabhadra also we call. They wanted to go back to the northern India. So what is the difference again? They will be naked. Okay, so they don't wear any clothing. So they focused on sky as the thing which covers everyone. Okay, then here they wear white cloth. So this is a primary difference between Shvetavangars and Digambars. Okay, then so here you have again like Buddhist councils 4. We have 2 Jain councils, 2 only. First one is held at Pataliputra in the 3rd century, 300 BC, presided by Stulabhadra or Stulabahu, who is responsible for Shvetambars. Okay. Then second Buddhist council at Vallabhi in Gujarat in 512 AD, just presided by Devardi Shemar Mana. Okay, this person, Shemar Samana, this person and this person, both were mainly responsible for 2 Jain councils. Then royal patrons who have embraced Jainism. So first famous person is Chandragupta Maurya. Okay, in the southern Indian part you have Kadamba dynasty, Ganga dynasty, then Amogavarsha. Also we have Kumarapala of Chalukya dynasty. So these are all the kings from the southern India who have embraced Jainism. Okay, so you have to keep these things in mind. They can simply frame statements and they can ask you who have embraced Buddhism and Jainism. Then in North India, Bimbisara, Ajatashatru also, they have not embraced but they have helped. Okay, especially from Chandragupta Maurya, this Jainism, okay, it has increased in its prominence. Then Bindusara, then Harshavardhana also have helped in increase in Jainism also, along with Bindusara, another person in Karavela of Kalinga. Okay, so what is this inscription of Karavela of Kalinga? Hathi Gufa inscription. Okay, so this is written by Karavela of Kalinga. He's a king of Kalinga. So these are the kings who have embraced Jainism. So then Jain architecture is also important. Okay, so we have Ellora caves, Ajanta caves, entirely Buddhist. Ellora caves we have Buddhism, Hinduism, Jainism. All 3 flourished. Okay, so Ellora is only 2 stair. Okay, caves. Ellora, 3 stairs are also there, triple stories we have. Then Mangi Tungi caves in Maharashtra. This is also a Jain cave. Then also we have Gajapanta cave in Maharashtra, Udaygiri Kandagiri caves. Okay, so these are also there, and Hathigumpa cave also in Odisha, and Sittavansal. This was already asked. If you have seen in 2023, they have asked this question. Sittavansal cave in Tamil Nadu. This is a famous Jain cave. Okay, these are the things which you have to keep in mind. Then statues, Gomateshwara or Bahubali statue, where this 12 years once this Mahakumbhabhishek, something will happen, right? So Shravan Belagala, it is in Karnataka. So whose statue is it? Rishabhnath's son. Okay. So statue of Ahimsa Rishabhnath, it is also in Mangi Tungi Hills of Maharashtra. And we also have Jainalaya temples, like in Dilwara Jain temples, Mount Abu in Rajasthan, Girnar temples also in Gujarat, and also we have Muktagiri temple in Maharashtra. So these are all Jain temples, okay? So which are there. So these things you have to keep in mind. Then answer this question. With reference to Indian history, who among the following is a future Buddha, yet to come to save the world? Maitreya. Okay, so you have to know what are their important features. Okay, Padmapani also they have asked. That is why you have to check all the options also, not only limiting to the correct answer. You have to check these things because they have asked Padmapani is depicted in which of the caves? It is Ajanta. So this is what they have already asked, Ajanta case. It is also there in NCRT. The picture is there. So which of the following describes the best concept of nirvana of Buddhism? What is nirvana in Buddhism? Extinction of flame of desire. Okay, that is what we consider nirvana. Then with reference to religious practices, what is Stanakvasi sect belongs to? Buddhism, Jainism, Vaishnavism, Shaivism. No, it is Jainism. Okay. Then these are the 5 doctrines of Jainism we have. Okay. As I told you, ahimsa, non-violence, satya, truth, asteya, don't steal anything, aparigraha, don't acquire anything, no possession. This brahmacharya, fifth one will be added by Mahavir Jain. Okay. Observe celibacy. So then we'll be discussing the Mauryan age now. Okay. So after Mahajanapadas and religious reforms, we have first consolidation of political power in India by Mauryans. So I told you already. So what in Magadha we have 3 dynasties, right? Hiranyaka, then followed by Shishunaga dynasty, followed by Nanda dynasty. These 3 form part of Magadha. Who is the founder of this Hiranyaka dynasty? Bimbisara. Okay. Bimbisara followed by Ajatashatru followed by Udayan. Okay. Udayan will be killed by Shishunaga. Shishunaga followed by Kalashoka. Okay. Kalashoka will be replaced by Mahapadmananda. Again, second one we have is Dhanananda. So this second last ruler, Dhanananda, he will be replaced by Chandragupta Maurya. Okay, because this person have enmity with Chanakya or Kautilya. Okay, Vishnugupta, who have written Ardhashastra. Okay, so this person will provoke this Chandragupta Maurya to win against Dhanananda. This winning of this Chandragupta Maurya will lead to establishment of Mauryan Empire. Okay, so where is this located? Okay, so before that we'll know the timeline. What is the timeline? 321 BC to 187 BC. This is a timeline, okay, during which we have Mauryan Empire. So what is the capital? Rajgrih. Or then we have Pataliputra. Initially Rajgrih, later on they'll shift to Pataliputra. Major kingdoms, if you see in ancient India, they were concentrated over Pataliputra due to its fertility. Okay, fertile soils and agriculture productivity and every other reason. Then who is the founder? Chandragupta Maurya. Then after Chandragupta Maurya, we have Bindusara, who is his son. Then followed by Ashoka, followed by Kunal, followed by some other weak kings or that, but Dashratha, he will be replaced later on. Okay, he will be replaced by Pushyamitra Sunga, following the Sunga dynasty. In that way, it came to an end. Last ruler, okay, Then Bruhadatta also we say. Language, what is the language they followed? Prakrit. Then what is so unique about this Mauryan Empire? First political empire of India. Means consolidation happened on a large scale only for the first time by Mauryans only. Okay, large scale dynasty it was established. First time Chandragupta Maurya, although he has started this rule, but it will be there only for 20-30 years. Okay, so he started and consolidating the things. But later on, he was efficient. But later on, his son, who is his son? Bindusara. This person is not so efficient. Okay, so what happened is that empire he will not be expanding more, just he'll protect it. That's it. Then he will be followed by Ashoka. Okay, so Bindusara he'll have his sons. Later on, no one will be in a position to consolidate and keep the empire in check. Later on, so many persons will be replaced, and finally Ashoka will come to picture. Okay, he will be one of the province head. Okay, later on he'll have to take the responsibility. So then what happened? So you can see this is a Mauryan empire during the age of Ashoka. Okay, so the such large empire was brought under number of kings in India. How many kings brought such large extent in India?
Ashoka, Samudra,
Ashoka, Samudragupta, and
Alauddin Khilji.
very good, Alauddin Khilji. Samudragupta of Gupta dynasty. These are the medieval periods. Okay. Then Alauddin.
Akbar and
Akbar and Aurangzeb. So these are in the medieval periods. So these three. Again. So these are the rulers who have majorly consolidated India into one particular empire. So you can see right from the northwestern part till the almost Bengal part. Okay, it was under his rule until here, extreme deep south, where we have this Chola Chera Pandyas ruling. Okay, so during Mauryas, even the Deccan part is also under their rule only. After Mauryan consolidation, we have when the weakened rulers are coming into picture, weakened rulers are coming. At that time, what happened here? Shatavahanas. Okay, they'll become independent. Then in this way, here also we have number of dynasty. From here, we have northwestern foreign invasions coming from Persia and all other regions. In that way, here number of dynasties, here dynasties, and here independent dynasties. This is what post-modern picture is. Okay, so this is what you have to keep in mind. Now, these are the rulers. Okay, as I told you, Chandragupta Maurya, Bindusara, Ashoka, Dasratha, and last one Brihadatta. Okay, so from here what happens? Downfall will start. All these are for namesake only. They don't help in consolidation of the kingdom. So two main rulers is Chandragupta Maurya and Ashoka the Great. Okay, who have actually expanded the kingdom. So here you have to keep in mind Chandragupta Maurya, although he has consolidated, but he is much interested in embracing Jainism. Okay, so he himself has embraced Jainism and he went into the Jainist and he got settled in Karnataka, Shravan region, and he has adopted the method of starvation. Okay, Sallekana we call it. So and he ended his life. So then in the political thing, he has achieved victory over one particular ruler called Seleucus Nicator. Okay, that person, Greek ruler. Then Ashoka. What is so important about Ashoka? Ashoka the Great. Why we consider? Because initially he fought Berigosha. Okay, so the extreme path of violence. So he many stories says that Ashoka has killed his 99 brothers to achieve to the power. But later on, what happened? He will leave all those things and he will adopt the policy of Dhamma. Okay, so that transformation has made him the great. Okay, then here if you see the timeline 273 to 232 BC, here the battle of Kalinga, because except in Odisha part, if you see some part is under his control already, but that Kalinga rule is not under his controls, for which he'll wage this war in battle of Kalinga only, seeing the bloodshed. The sources say after seeing the bloodshed, he got realized that this is not the way. Okay, so then he will abandon the Beri Gosha and he will practice the practice of Dhamma, embracing the Buddhism. So who made Ashoka to convert into Buddhism? One of the person, Upagupta. Okay, so this person, a Buddhist monk, you can say, this person has convinced, and he also have helped in conversion of Ashoka into Buddhism. So Upagupta. Then he also adopted the policy of Dhamma Vijaya. Dhamma Vijaya means Dhamma, focus on Dhamma. What is Dhamma? Righteousness. Okay, what is correct way of life? What you have to follow, the steps and all the things, that is considered as Dhamma or righteousness. That is what Dhamma Vijaya is focusing on. Then Dhamma is defined in the second and seventh pillar of the rock edicts. Okay, here you have to keep in mind this Battle of Kalinga is mentioned in the 13th major rock edict. These type of things also can be asked. In his 5th major rock edict, Ashoka mentioned about the appointment of royal officials to propagate Dhamma, Dhamma Mahamatras, or the officials who are there for propagating of Dhamma. They were appointed by Ashoka and it was mentioned in the 5th major rock edict. These type of information also can be asked. Then Mauryan art and architecture, if you see. Okay, so what is the polity they have? We'll discuss that later on. Okay, that is one of the reason why Mauryan Empire got disintegrated. But the first thing you have to know is art and architecture. Okay, because there is so much of development of art and architecture during this period. What is the most important thing is great historian Megasthenes in his book Indica, he mentioned about this art and architecture of Mauryas. Okay, the first source. And Chinese traveler Fan Hein also will mention about the architecture of Mauryan Empire. So you can see here it was mentioned, and this is what we have derived from the Sarnath lion capital, right? Okay, the national emblem, what we use, that was derived from this particular thing. And we have number of pillars also. What are the pillars, famous pillars we have?
So,
Sarnath. Then Mhm.
Lowry and Anand.
Anand, what?
Lowry and Anand.
Okay. Then caves. Where do you have Mauryan caves? Barabar caves. Lomas Rishi caves. These were given by Ashoka to Ajivikas. Okay, Ajivikas said. Barabar caves you have. Then Kanheri caves. During Shatavahanas, they become prominent. Then stupas. What are the famous stupas? Sanchi stupa. Then Barhut stupa. Then number of chaityas also were built. Chaitya means the prayer hall. Okay, so many number of things were focused on in the art and architecture. Then what about the polity? Highly centralized polity. This became the major reason for the decline of Mauryan Empire. Okay, instead of decentralized, they have highly centralized polity, which became one of the reasons. So sources of this particular polity, again, Megasthenes Indica, you can write, and also the travelogues of Fan He, Chinese traveler. So they gave the things about the polity, the political system of the Mauryan. Here, the king, if you see, he had the legislative, executive, and judicial power, and king was the supreme commander of the army. In the present times, who is the supreme commander of armed forces? President of India. Okay, so the same power is there with the king at that point of time. Then he was also assisted by assistant council that is called Mahamantra Parishad. Okay, where he will be assisted by the council of ministers. So you can see these are the departments and adhyakshas. Very important. These type of questions can be asked. Sannidhata means who is in charge of royal treasury. Then you also have Akar Adhyaksha. That means mines. Okay. Then you have Suvarna. Suvarna means gold. Okay. Then Panyadhyaksha, commerce, trade. Then Kupya, forest. Then Lavana, salt. Okay. Salt department. Then Sitadhyaksha means agriculture. Sita means why? From the plow only the Sita will be derived, right? So when she was born. So then provinces are divided into mandals or commissioners we call, and it is headed by Pradeshta. Okay, this is a name. District administration, if you further divide, we have Pradeshika, then Yukta and Rajuka. So Pradeshika, then Rajukta you have. Again, for these two, subordinate person is Yukta. Okay, Pradeshika is a senior, whom will be the subordinate Rajuka. Then he will also have a subordinate, both of them have subordinate called Yukta. In this way, further division is there. And the village level, the head will be the Gramika. That is the smallest level of administration. Provinces are divided into mandals. Mandals are divided into villages. This is how the administration is there in the Mauryan times. Judicial, king is the main head of justice. At the same time, you have two types of laws, like civil and criminal laws, what we have present here also. You have Dharmasthiya, which is called Divani. Divani means revenue, civil related aspects like marriage, contracts, and all. And you have Kantak Shodhan. Kantak Shodhan means when you do anything wrong, your head will be cut. Kantak Shodhan. So it is related to Fauzdari, means criminal aspects, okay, like other things, theft, robbery, and all. So in this way, two particular codes were existing during the Mauryan Empire. Okay, then you also have Mahamadhya Parsha. This person is the head of the spy department. Okay, so you have Sanstha, a person who is stationed at only one place and he has to spy. Another person called Sanchara, who have to wander and spy and know the information. He has to give that information to the king. In this way, spy system is also there in the Mauryan. Then what about the economy? Economy, if you see, it is based, every empire is based on land revenue only as a major source of revenue, right? So here also the share of produce which is given to the royal, it is called Bhaga. Okay, that is what we consider Bhaga also. Today also, Bhaga means part of the thing. It is 1/6 out of 1/6 they have to give that to the land, to the royal kingdom. Then private land is called Niji Bhumi. Okay, this is a term. And Rajuka we have seen, it is used to, he have done the measurement of land. Okay, in the provinces we have seen, no, tax-free villages were given in the name of Pariharaka, and this was given to the Udwaliks in the name of Parihar. So no, tax-free lands. Then emergency tax was also imposed, that is called Pranay tax. These were existing during the Mauryan periods. Then ports. At that time we have western coast Baru. Roach you have no in Gujarat. That is one of the ports. And you have Tamralipti, this is an eastern side. These are the two important ports. They can ask you these names and they can ask the question. What are the ports during the Mauryan Empire? Then coins. If you see in Ardhashastra of Kautilya, coins are mentioned as rup. Okay. Then you also have to remember these are the other coins which are prevalent there. Nishka means gold coins, or Suvarna also we call. We have Karshapan or Dharan or Pan, which is silver coin, Panna we call. Then we also have Mashak or Kakini, which is copper coin. Okay, in this way, gold, silver, and copper, all three types of metals were used to mint coins at that point of time. Then in Ardhashastra, it was also mentioned that minting, it was done called Lakshana Adhyaksha. Lavana is salt. Lakshana means coin minting factories. And Rupa Darshaka means who is examiner of coins. Roop means coins, we have seen in Ardhashastras of Kautilya, it was mentioned. So then answer this question. Mauryan Empire was immediately succeeded by whom? Shunga. Okay. So Brihadatta, who is the last ruler of the Mauryan Empire, he will be replaced by Pushyamutra Sunga. Okay. So he is an ardent follower of Hinduism, because one of the reason why they have is excessive focus on Buddhism by Mauryan Empire is also not. And this person Brihadatta, when he was asked to stop an invasion, okay, so he's not so efficient. He doesn't focus on consolidating. So what he'll say is, he will say, I'm not interested in these things. Then Pushyamitra Sunga, who is a commander of Mauryan Empire, he himself will dethrone and he'll become the ruler of Next dynasty, that is Sunga dynasty. Okay, what is the answer? Barabar caves, Ajivakas. Okay, then post-Mauryan. Okay, here as I told you, after Maurya there is some political vacuum. Immediately there is no major power. Okay, what you have to keep in mind here, as I told you, northern India, what are the kings we have? Immediately after Mauryan disintegration. First one is Shungas, then Shungas were replaced by Kanvas. Then these are in the this part. Okay, then we have in the northwestern Indo-Greeks. Then we have after Indo-Greeks we have Sakas, then Parthians, Pahalvas also we call. Then sixth one is Kushans. Okay, so these are all the people who have ruled northwestern India, coming from foreign. These are considered as foreign invasions into India in first century AD almost. This is in the north and northeastern part. Okay, then coming to the southern part, we have Shatavahanas. Shatavahanas in the Deccan part. Okay, then Cholas in the Cholas. We also have Cheras and Pandyas. These are in the deep south. Like this, after Mauryan Empire, we have different kingdoms which are ruling the North India and Southern India respectively. Okay, so this happened for few years. Later on, who again have captured the power? Guptas. Okay, after Guptas, we have Harshavardhana. So here, what is so unique about this? These two mainly focused on religious revivalism. Okay, they don't want Buddhism. That is why I told you Pushyamitra Sunga, one of the founder and main ruler of Sunga dynasty, he have cut down the Bodhi tree. One of the ruler. Okay, only two persons have touched it. It is Pushyamitra Sunga, the first one. Then Kanva, Vishwamitra Kanva, that is a person. Later on we have. But what is so specific about these Indo-Greeks, Shakas, Parthians, and Kushans? See, when they're coming from the foreign, okay, will they consolidate or whether they wanted to culturally integrate for the first time? They wanted to culturally integrate, no, first in the beginning itself, they wanted to culturally integrate so that what happens? Later on, they don't get much differences among the people, okay? So they can easily accommodate their rule. That is what these people has focused upon, cultural integration. Okay, whatever the new things we are seeing in the recent times, like whatever the salwar kameez that men wear, long coats, helmets, all these were brought by these rulers only into India. Many new things were done by these rulers, although their rule is not of much importance in political aspects, but it is very much important in cultural aspect. Okay, how? Because Indo-Greeks are the first persons who have introduced gold coins, but in architecture, they're responsible for Gandhara style of architecture, right? In Kushans, Mathura school of architecture. Okay, Shatavahanas, Amaravati school of art. In this way, during this post-Mauryan, it has been a bliss for the art and culture, especially architecture part. So you can see here what happened. Indo-Greeks. So Indo-Greeks have been famous for many number of reasons. What is the first one? Indo-Greeks. Gold coins. For the first time, they were introducing the gold coins. And
Die-struck gold.
okay, and
Regulations.
So during this particular post-Mauryan period only, there is so much of trade that is flourishing greater than the Mauryan Empire or the Guptas later on also. It was during this time only major trade is flourished. During whose time especially is Kushans. Because if you have remembered, during Kushans, one of the famous ruler is Kanishka, who have invented this Silk Route, okay, through which this trade has flourished greater than any other empire in ancient India. That is one of the important reason. Then many things were brought into India by these persons, like idolatry worship was brought by Indo-Greeks into India. Okay, then we have discussed about trade through Silk Route, that is by Kushans. Then first persons or first rulers to issue gold coins is, who are the first ones to issue gold coins? Indo-Greeks. Then rulers to issue pure gold coins, Kushans. Till then, we used to have more copper content than gold content, but now they have increased gold content and they have decreased the copper content. Purest gold coins. If you have seen any coin in the museum of Kushans, even today also it is glittering. Okay, so much shine. Then architecture also flourished, like Gandhara during Indo-Greeks and Mathura during Kushans and Amravati during Shatavahanas. Then Christianity also has taken its birth and entered during this time only. Then what are other so specific things about these post-Mauryan? What are the things they have introduced? Revival of Hinduism, you're saying? Okay. But again, Kushans did not do that too. We have Kanishka who embraced Buddhism only. Then many new things were brought into India, like long coats, boots, helmets, that salwar kameez you call, right? Salwars. Okay. All these were also introduced into India by Indo-Greeks only. Then what are the other things they have introduced? That's it. So now we'll be discussing about the three schools of art. Very important. Here Gandhara was introduced by Indo-Greeks, okay? So although Indo-Greeks means they have taken this Hellenistic style of architecture, okay? Whatever the indigenous elements are there, to which they added the Greek elements of architecture also. That is why we consider this as Indo-Greek or Hellenistic form of art, okay? You have the Greek element and also Indian influence is also there. So main primary material they have used is grey sandstone. That is the primary material used here. Here it is red sandstone and it is indigenous in nature. There is no foreign element here in Mathura as well as Amravati. Here white marble is used. So this is mainly Buddhist. Here all the religions were there. In Mathura it is secular and here mainly Buddhism. Then you have patronized mainly by Kushans. Although Indo-Greeks are the first persons to introduce this art, but still it was patronized by Kushans Here also Kushans, here it is Shatavahanas, okay, the rulers. Then it was found in northwestern India, here northern India, especially UP region, Mathura, and you have Krishna Godavari Delta near Amaravati, we have this region prominent. Then here Buddha's images are very stylish with wavy hair, curly, okay, and all these things. Here it is calm Buddha, who is in the meditating pose and all. Here it is even standing Buddha is also there, okay, with mustache and heavy beard and all. Lean body is there. He has the drapings also found here. Eyes are half closed. Here are open. So strong muscular feature, no beard and all. So it is meditating posture only in seating position. Here it is even standing also it is there. Then here it is mainly depicting the stories that belongs to the life story of Buddha. Jataka stories. In that way, they have the differentiation in the three schools of architecture. Okay. Then what about Shatavahanas? One of the ruler we have discussed is in Indo-Greeks. Meander, we have discussed, no? Meander, Milinda Panho, okay? Who posed questions and Nagasena answered. Milinda Panho, that you have to remember. Then you need not remember about all the kings, okay? Until unless they have done some significant contribution. Then Shungas only I told you, Pushyamitra Shunga followed by his son Malavika Agnimitra. Okay, that story of Malavika and Agnimitra was written by whom? Who have written it? Who have written it? Kalidasa. Kalidasa have written it. Then of the Sunga dynasty we have Kanva, Vishwamitra Kanva and all. Okay, then Kanvas were who defeated Kanvas? Shatavahanas also defeated Kanvas. Okay. Then Indo-Greeks are coming here from the northwestern and the settling. After Indo-Greeks, Sakas. Who defeated Sakas? Shatavahana. Okay. Gautamiputra Shatakarni has defeated even Shakas. Then we have Parthians. Okay. All Pahalwans also we call. Then later we have Kushans. Kushans mainly concentrated in this part. Okay. And here we have Shatavahanas ruling. Okay. The same time here we have some Shungas and Kanva and other sects are also ruling here. Like this we have different independent kingdoms in the post-Mauryan rule, and mainly you have to focus on Shatavahanas. So why Shatavahanas? Because first Deccan Empire in the post-Mauryan age. So what is the timeline? 300 BC, 220 BC to almost 230, even 320 AD also we call. Okay, so 220 BC to 230 AD or 320 AD also we call. Okay, almost 450 years they have been in the power. Okay, then how many rulers are there in Shatavahanas? Many rulers are there, almost 35 rulers are there, but you need not remember about everyone. Okay, so first thing you have to remember is who is the founder. Who is the founder? Srimukha or Simukha. Okay, then what is the capital? Pratishthanapuram or Paitan. It is in Maharashtra. Paitan also we call. Then is it shifted to another place?
Yes.
Then where? Amaravati, or at that time it used to be called as Dhanyakatakam. This is what asked. Okay, that is why I'm saying all the time you need not complicate. You have to know the certain basics where UPSC normally asks. Okay, on an average 6 questions are being asked in ancient. Okay, so easily if you remember all these basic parts of any kingdom, okay, founder, empire, geographical location, capitals and all, easily 3-4 questions you can answer. Okay, then location, you know, in the Deccan part, especially KG part, like for example Maharashtra, Andhra Pradesh, Some parts of Karnataka also covered in Madhya Pradesh. These are the areas where this kingdom is prevalent. Then, who is the last ruler? Next kingdom, who will be following Shatavahanas?
Sure.
Ikshwakus. Okay. So what are the sources we have here? Sources. First one, Ashokan pillars and inscriptions also mention about Shatavahanas. Okay. Then Puranas also mention about the term Andhras. Okay. Then we have Nanegat inscription. Then Nasik inscription. Then Hate Gumfa inscription. Then Kanheri caves related to Buddhism. Then you also have what is a famous Chaitya during Shatavahana period? Nagarjuna Konda is also one of the things. I'm asking about Chaitya. Then Amaravati school. School of Art. What is a Chaitya that is so famous? Undavalli caves, okay. Try to recall it. It is a 5-letter word. You have to know certain basic things. You cannot ignore this. Who have written this Nanegat inscription? Nagarika, who is the wife of Shatakarni I. Okay, she'll write about her husbands and his explorations. Then Nashik inscription, Gautami Balashri, mother of Gautami Putra Shatakarni. Then Hati Gumfa inscription, Karavel of Kalinga. We have seen he is an embrace in Jainism. Okay, so these persons are writing. Then Karle Chaitya. Okay, so these are the sources from where we can understand that Shatavahana's rule in the political and administrative things. Okay, so these are the sources we have. Then, what is a timeline of these rulers? First one is Srimukha, the founder, okay, of Shatavahanas, followed by, in between you have one person. After Srimukha, who is the next person? He is not main important person, but you have one person who is his brother, Srimukha's brother. Then we have Sri Satakarni I, who is considered as great ruler of Shatavahanas, first great ruler. Then you have to remember about Hala. Okay, so what I told you about Shatakarni one, that this is associated with Naneghat inscription, and it was written by his wife itself, Naganika, Devi Naganika. Then what is his role? He have expanded his kingdom till Malwa, western part. Okay. Then Hala. He's the 17th ruler of Shatavahanas. He is himself a poet who has authored Gada Sapta Sati. Then next we have important ruler Gautami Putra Satakarni. What is so famous about him? He defeated Shakas. Then he has further expanded his kingdom to a major extent, and he declared himself as, very good, only Brahmin, Ek Brahmin. Sources is Nasik inscription written by Gautami Balasri. Then next followed by Vasishta Mitra Pulomavi. He is the son of Gautami Putra Shatakarni. Okay, so what he will do? He will further expand easternwards the kingdom. He is followed by last famous ruler after Vasishta Mitra Pulomavi. Last famous ruler of Shatavahanas. Okay. Later on, we have almost 35 rulers, but you need not remember about everyone. Okay. These are only the famous rulers you have, and you need to go in detail about these one. Okay. So what are their literature aspects? What are their cultural contributions and all? Here, this person, although he embraced Hinduism, he also have funded and patronized Buddhism. Okay. At the time, most of the times, the kings used to follow Hinduism, queens used to embrace Buddhism. Okay. And you also have to remember that this particular system is matrilineal. Okay, so they used to take the mother's name, but passing off is again to the son only, the ruler. Okay, so this is what you have to keep in mind. Then next one is Guptas. So what is important about Guptas? You want a break? Huh? Okay. How much time? Okay.
Incidence and impact is on different persons, correct only? Officially, who is being taxed to government is one person, from whose pocket the burden is collected from other person. Then that is called as indirect. In indirect taxes, we come customs duty, counter. So custom duty is only on imports. Is this statement correct? Custom both on imports as well as. So custom duty is collected by state government, central government, both of them. Why? No, borders are for country only, not for the state. State also has border, international border. Very good. External affairs comes under exclusively union list. Yes? So again, basic custom duty, countervailing duty, anti-dumping duty. What is the difference between countervailing duty and anti-dumping duty? Okay, price difference is there between our product and the foreign product because of the subsidies given by the foreign country. Reduce the difference by increasing the value. How we are collecting the duty? That's the reason why countervailing duty. Anti-dumping duty is where deliberately, intentionally they are keeping the price in our domestic market much below than the fair market price available in the other markets. In those circumstances, anti-dumping duty is collected. Again, their direct taxes or indirect taxes? Why are you rating under indirect taxes? Because they are indirect taxes. All this burden is finally passed on to whom? The person who is buying the product. Suppose you are importing a watch from Paris, invisible watch, and you are giving gift to someone. Immediately they said breakup. Why? Invisible. Correct only? They are not able to see it. So on the MRP, maximum retailer price inclusive of all tax. There, who is paying? The company which is importing is paying and passing on the burden to the consumer. That's the reason why that we have written under indirect taxes. Other, remember, taxes in news we covered. Inherit, GAFA tax, Tobin tax, windfall tax, latest rating Prelims, European Union carbon border adjustment. So can be asked, what is windfall tax? Unexpected abnormal profit without self effort. Then that is called as windfall tax. అనుకోకుండా పోటీ చేశారు కానీ చాలా ఎక్కువ మెజారిటీ వచ్చింది అప్పుడు దాన్ని ఏమంటారు? డబుల్ విండ్ ఫాల్, నాట్ సింగిల్ విండ్ ఫాల్. ఆ సైడ్ విండ్, ఈ సైడ్ విండ్. కరెక్ట్ కదా? చూద్దాం ఈసారి విండ్ ఎటువైపు వెళ్తుందో. అబ్బో, ఫ్యాన్ కొట్టుకుపోతుందో, ఫ్యాన్ గాలికి సైకిల్ కొట్టుకుపోతుందో, ఈ మధ్యలో గాజు నలిగిపోతుందో చూద్దాం. చూద్దాం. సో పర్లేదు, we just have to wait and watch. కరెక్ట్ అయినా? సో అగైన్ ఎక్సైజ్ డ్యూటీ, regular repeated thing. Nothing to clarification. Customs duty is imports and exports. Excise duty in shops. Excise duty refers to any on manufacturing. What does it mean, sir? Every state has state excise check post. When you are crossing Telangana border in your vehicle, at excise check post they will be checking your vehicle. ఎందుకు చెక్ చేస్తున్నారు? బాటిల్స్ ఉన్నాయేమో అని. ఏ బాటిల్స్? వాటర్ బాటిల్స్ ప్రాబ్లం లేదు. సో ఆల్కహాల్, వైన్. సిమిలర్లీ somebody has gone to గోవా నుంచి వెనక్కి వచ్చేస్తున్నారు. దే కెన్ నాట్ క్యారీ హౌ మచ్ నెంబర్ ఆఫ్ బాటిల్స్ దే వాంట్. తీసుకొచ్చారు ఏమైనా నుంచి వచ్చేటప్పుడు నిజాలు చెప్తారా ఏంటి? So it's okay, but you cannot carry not more than certain, whatever, respect to state excise check post permits. When you're crossing any forest area, state excise check post will be there. There are some prohibited items which you cannot carry. So excise duty refers to duty manufacturing within the jurisdiction of that respective state. Both central government collect, state government collect, depending upon manufacturing. So excise duty is collected by union government, option B, state government, both of them. By some of the products central excise and some of the products state excise. Both is the excise inspector. One of the popular posts in APPSC TSPSC is superintendent. So those who cleared prelims in DAF, filling the form, not even deputy collector, deputy superintendent of police, excise only. Why? నేను ఎక్కడికి వెళ్ళాల్సిన అవసరం లేదు. సాయంత్రం కల్లా గన్నీ బ్యాగ్స్, బాటిల్స్ అన్ని ఫ్రీగా వచ్చేస్తాయి. ఆల్ ఇంటర్నేషనల్ బ్రాండ్స్ ఆల్సో. ఐ మీన్ దోస్ డోంట్ వాళ్ళకి ఉపయోగం లేదు. కీప్ దట్ లాస్ట్ ఆప్షన్. అంతే కదా? సో why excise is so important? Because so lucrative, so much lucrative. So if you get selected for IRS, CBEC, Indian Revenue Service, excise and customs. On alcohol, excise duty is collected. Option A, union government, state government, C, both of them. తెలుసా? బాటిల్ వాళ్ళు అట్లీస్ట్ the state revenue is సార్ ఓటు చెప్పే కదా నాకు అర్థంలో ఉంది. ఇంకా లేదా ఎక్సైజ్ ఉండొచ్చు, అలా ఉండొచ్చు, దాంట్లో తప్పే ఉంది. సిటిజన్ ఆఫ్ ఇండియా అంతే కదా, ఎక్కడైనా ఉండొచ్చు. కంపల్సరీ ఆ రాష్ట్రంలోనూ ఆ ప్రాంతంలోనే ఉండాలా, లేదు కదా, అలా ఏం లేదు. ఎక్సైజ్ డ్యూటీ ఇంపార్టెంట్ పాయింట్ రిమెంబర్. Alcohol for household consumption is under state. Alcohol for commercial consumption is under center, but the central excise is now merged with the GST. I repeat, alcohol for household consumption or individual consumption is under state excise. Alcohol for commercial consumption is under central excise, but central excise is subsumed with the See, you are purchasing, and not means you, a person is XYZ is purchasing alcohol for household consumption. So they are celebrating some party, they want to drink. So maximum how many bottles they'll purchase? Depending upon their capabilities. Correct only? Most likely 2 girls, they are celebrating birthday party. Dozen bottles ah? Vammo. అదేంటి వాటరా కాదా? నో, డజన్ అంట. జెండర్ ఈక్వాలిటీ. అబ్బాయిలు తాగాల, ఎక్కడ ఉందాలా ఏం లేదు కదా. ఎంపవర్మెంట్ ఈజ్ ఎంపవర్మెంట్ ఓన్లీ. నాలెడ్జ్ ఈజ్ డివైన్. వాళ్ళకి మాత్రం నాలెడ్జ్ రాకూడదా? ఇట్స్ ఓకే, లీవ్ టు ఎనీవన్. లెట్స్ అస్యూమ్ దట్ దే ఆర్ పర్చేసింగ్ 6 bottles. 3 people are purchasing. So household consumption meaning, what is the purpose? We are not using it for commercial. See, it's also are drinking alcohol. Without ఏం సార్ ఏం మాట్లాడుతున్నారు? చిన్నప్పుడు మీరు కూడా తాగారు కదా, చిన్నప్పటి నుంచే తాగడం స్టార్ట్ చేశారు. మెజారిటీ ఆఫ్ ద మెడిసిన్స్ ఆల్సో కంటైన్ సమ్ పర్సెంటేజ్ ఆఫ్ ఆల్కహాల్. కాఫ్ సిరప్ తాగారు కదా, తొందరగా తగ్గాలని మదర్ 2 డోసులు ఇచ్చేసింది, అంతే, బాబు కోమాలోకి వెళ్ళిపోయాడు. So, which means if you look at some of the, not some of, almost, yes, సో ప్రతిరోజు అందరూ తాగుబోతులే, కాకపోతే కొంచెం కొంచెం తాగుతున్నారు అంతే. కరెక్టేనా? సో కేంద్ర రాష్ట్ర ప్రభుత్వాల బాధ్యతను మోస్తున్న వాళ్ళే ఆ తాగుబోతులు. లవర్ కోసం జరిగే ఆ పోరాటంలో, సో అర్థం కాలేదా? రాష్ట్రం కోసం వాళ్ళ లివర్ కూడా త్యాగం చేస్తున్న వాళ్ళే బాబులు. పర్లేదు, ఏదో జబర్దస్త్ డైలాగ్. సో మనకేం సంబంధం లేదు, మనకేం తెలియదు. ఐఎమ్ ప్యూర్లీ ఇన్నోసెంట్ గై, ఐ డోంట్ నో ఎనీథింగ్. సో బట్ లీవ్ ఇట్. Excise, state excise government is collecting on alcohol for household consumption. If it is for commercial, central excise right now subsumes under GST. Today's class one I am going to cover GST. Important point to remember. Excise duty on household consumption is right now under respective state. Government can collect how much of tax they want. Meaning, state excise duty vary from state to state on household alcohol for household consumption. Why people want to go to Goa, Pondicherry, Ekam? వెళ్ళొచ్చారా గోవా? ఇంత బాగా నటిస్తున్నారు. నిజంగానే వెళ్ళలేదా? నిజంగానే వెళ్ళట్లేదా? Ekam, Pondicherry? So it's okay. Whoever is going there, apart from going tourism, one more attractive feature why they are going there is, why tax is less? Why excise duty is less? See, some of the costly station number also is PY, Pondicherry. Why do you think so? Compared to several state excise duty, most of these places, Goa is a state, but still why excise duty is low? To encourage tourism, deliberately Goa government is keeping excise duty much low compared to others. Because Goa కెళ్ళే వాళ్ళంతా ఎవరు జ్ఞానం కోసం, మోక్షం కోసం, మెడిటేషన్ చేయడం కోసం బీచెస్ మీద ఎకానమీ ప్రిపేర్ అవుతూ, సో కరెంట్ అఫైర్స్ డిస్కస్ చేస్తూ, కరెక్ట్. సో విచ్ మీన్స్ people entertainment is a luxurious activity, leisure activity. See, different people లాస్ట్ 3 సార్లు వచ్చాయి. ఏం చేస్తారు హాస్టల్లో? తిన్నావా, పడుకున్నావా, తెల్లారిందా? సోంబేరి ఏం కాదు. అందుకే గ్లామర్ కనిపిస్తుంది కదా ఫేస్లో. బాగా నిద్రపోయారు కదా. ఏం మాట్లాడుతున్నారు సార్? ఒకరి మొహం చూసుకోవద్దండి, అందరి మొహంలో గ్లామర్ ఉంది. సో మీనింగ్ హౌ డిఫరెంట్ పీపుల్ స్పెండ్ అండ్ లీజర్ దట్ డిఫర్ ఫ్రమ్ పర్సన్ టు పర్సన్. So some, we are not criticizing them. For some, drinking may be a leisure activity. For some, there is a fundamental right. For some, for some, it is entertainment activity. Who are we to judge the other? They have to pay tax to government. Adem sir, customer.
So now we are discussing about Guptas. So what is the timeline? 320 AD to 550 AD. Some people will say they came on 200s only, but actual consolidation will start from 300s. Okay, so from this time to 550 AD, again large parts, like you can say entire northern India, okay, is under the Gupta Empire. So this is what, again, like after Mauryan, we have the major consolidation taking place in one kingdom rule, that is Guptas. So who is the founder? Founder of Gupta, Chandragupta I. Okay, he is considered as a real founder. There are some differences, but still, as he consolidated larger scale territory into his kingdom, then he is considered as a real founder, Chandragupta I. Then what is the capital? Pataliputra itself, Patna. Okay. Then after him we have Chandragupta I. Later on we have the next great ruler is Samudragupta. Then followed by Chandragupta II, followed by Kumaragupta I, followed by Skandagupta. These are the famous rulers of Gupta, which you have to go through. Okay. So what are the sources?
Devi Chandra.
Job calendar.
Is the voice clear now? Anyone reply? It's okay. They are saying there is some disturbance. Okay, fine. So what is so specific about Chandragupta I? See, although Sri Gupta has actually founded Gupta Empire, but still this person was credited to be the real founder. Okay, because he started consolidating politically and he issued in his wife's name, Kumara Devi coins were issued by him. He is considered as a real founder of Guptas. Okay, what is specific about Gupta? What type of religion they followed? Vaishnavism. Then these are Vaishyas. Then Varaha symbol. Then
Proliferation of Japanese
so there are a mix of good and bad things both have credited in. Okay, most of the people will credit Gupta as the golden age. Okay, so it has been in a cultural context, but in societal aspect, if you see, there is so many evil ills that has crept into the society, and large scale rigidity in the social system also, societal system also started from the Guptas only. In that way, it is not good for the society. Okay, whatever the practices we have in the recent times, those also have originated and strengthened during Guptas only. Okay, then they have ruled from Patliputra, we have seen. Next ruler is Samudragupta. Samudragupta is a person again who have consolidated large scale kingdom into his own territory. Okay, he is considered as a ruler of entire southern India. He also referred him as Dakshina Padapati. Okay, a title he has taken himself. And what is the title he have enjoyed? Napoleon of India. Okay, this is what the title it was given. Napoleon. And what is so specific about Samudragupta?
His coins depicting
Veena. Okay, Veena plain coins were issued in depicting the ruler. Then politically he's so important. Then we have Chandragupta too. Chandragupta too. What is so famous about him? No, 9 gems. Navaratnas or 9 gems were adorned in the court of Chandragupta too, like Kalidasa. We have Mudra Rakshasa who have written Vishakadatta. Then Varahamihira. Okay, 9 gems were there. We'll look into those also later aspect. Then Kumaragupta one. So what is his role? No, Nalanda. Nalanda Buddhist University was established during Kumaragupta's period only. Okay. Then Skandagupta, he prevented invasions into his empire. Okay. More invasions were stopped by this person, Skandagupta. Later on, it weakened again. Okay. So what? These are the political things you have to know. Landmark events are the important titles which they have enjoyed. Now, with respect to religion, what is the religion they have taken? Vaishnavism. In this Vaishnavism also, they followed certain cults. Cults. What type of cults they followed? You know, cult. Normally, if you consider the people who are practicing Vaishnavism, what type of cult practices they follow? Worshipping of Vishnu. Then who are all others who will be worshipped by Vaishnavites? Vasudeva, Krishna. Okay. Bhagavatism. And even some, like for example, if you can say Santoshini Mata cult and all these type of things. Okay, they started practicing from the Gupta period only. Even today also Vaishnavism, the people who follow, they practice such things. Then being Vaishyas, did they allow sacrifices? Yes or no? No. Then now what happened previously, if you have seen Buddhism and Jainism, okay, at that time, why these people have been the ardent supporters of Buddhism and Jainism?
To elevate their status.
To elevate their status, right? We have seen one of the reason, because in Vedic, although they're earning and they're paying huge taxes also, they're not allowed to upgrade their status. But now, as they are enjoying the political power, okay, what they have done,
They have funded this.
they also have patronized Buddhism and Jainism. By this time, if you have seen, Buddhism and Jainism are still prevalent. Okay, they didn't start declining. So they are prevalent. So although they're following Vaishnavism, at the same time, they also have patronized Buddhism, less extent Jainism, you can say. Okay, mainly it is Buddhist. Then during Guptas only, we have the present day temple architecture started for the first time. Okay, temples. So till then, what we have is rock cut caves, worshipping, and all. But now the present day temple architecture started with Guptas only. Some examples, can you name? Any example during Guptas? Yes, you're unable to recall. If not here, then how you will recall in the exam? Options. In case if it is not evident from the options, that is why you have to stay in here. Then you'll have somewhat peace there. Yes. Durga temple, Dashavatara temple. Okay. Although like what we have Nagara style, all these were not developed at that point of time, but these became the very basic level temples which have given the way for temple architectures in the later times. So in this way, they were the first ones to start temple building also. Then society. What is so specific about society at that time? How is society? Is it good? Why? What are the problems they have?
Discrimination against
Discrimination against
women.
women. Okay. So here what happened is Varna system got strengthened. So that is why most of the people only will look into golden age. But these are the evils that has crept into the society during Guptas only. So it got strengthened instead of getting weakened. And women's position further weakened. Like the practices like sati, they were widely prevalent. Child marriages. Then
Proliferation of jatis.
proliferation of jati system. Then societal aspects. What are the normal things you observe in society? Is there any egalitarian society? Then untouchability.
Well,
Okay. In this way, many social evils started creeping in Guptan times. Okay, in Gupta Empire times. Then administration. Administration, how is it?
centralized by bureaucrats.
Centralized or decentralized? Decentralized. Because they know what is the reason for Mauryan Empire decline. One of the reason is highly centralized administration and as well as more emphasis on bureaucratic system. Mauryan Empire. That became the reason for decline. That is why Guptas now have cautiously adopted decentralized administrative system. Then
Vasal system due to landmass.
Then land grants. These are the things which they have started giving to, for whom they have given.
Brahmins.
Brahmins. Okay, they have given land grants. Then then is divided into. Then Vishayapati will be the head. Then it was further divided into. This is empire into provinces, provinces into districts, districts into villages. So what is district called in Gupta? Rashtra, Vishaya, further divided into. Yes. Who is Uparika? Who is Uparika?
Chief Secretary.
Who is in charge of the districts. Then in the village you have Gramin or Gram, the person who is taking care about the villages. In this way, they have further decentralized the administration. Then art and architecture. What happened during this time? Nagara style started. Then what is difference between Nagara Dravida? This is very important for this year. Why? Ayodhya Ram Mandir. Okay, it was constructed on Nagara lines. Third type we have Visara. What is Nagara? North Indian temple style of architecture. This is prevalent in South India, Visara in Deccan and Western India. What are the features in Nagara?
Constructed an elevated platform.
Here, till here you will be having steps, no? Elevated platforms. Then it will be closing tower will be there. That we call as Sikara. Then here how it will be pyramidal. So this is how the Dravida temples and their Sikara will be there. Okay. In Vesara,
Starlight platform.
it will be having subsidiary kinds also in Vesara and Panchyatana style we call. Then here what is the another thing? No boundary walls. There in the Nagara. But here you have boundary walls. Then here there is no concept of water body inside a temple. Lake, Konneru we call it, Koneru and all. So those concepts are not there. Here it is prevalent. Then what are the other differences? At the entrance, who will be there here? Huh? Ganga, Yamuna, Mitunas. These will be at the entrance. Here we have Dwara Palakas. This is one of the feature of Southern Indian temples. Then here you don't have Kalyan Mandapas. Here you have Kalyan Mandapas. Then here there will be one main entrance only to the temple. But here 4 side entrances will be there with tall Raya Gopurams or okay, 4 side Gopurams will be there. Then what are the other different features of Nagara and Dravida? Definitely there can be a question. Examples? Okay, Somnath temple. Khajuraho temples. Here? All South Indian temples. Okay, Brihadishwara temple. Then in Vesara, example, Vesara is a mix of Dravidian and Nagara. Who actually patronized them? Very good. Chalukyas of Karnataka, Western Chalukyas. Then example, very good. Pattadakkal and Aihole, Lord Khan temple, like this. Halebeed. Okay, recently it got UNESCO heritage site. For that also it is very much important. Ram Mandir we have, no, that is why Nagara is important. Okay, so these type of basic level questions can be asked. Differences, or they can ask you the example. And major temples then can also ask you is the timeline. Okay, for example, they'll be asking Odisha Lingaraj temple, Konark temple, Somnath temple. At least if you don't remember the year, you should know the approximate year, like 14th century, 11th century, so that you can arrange in the chronological order. If you have seen previous year questions, they also have asked a question on how many of these are sun temples or how many of these are Shaiva temples. Like that also they're asking the questions. So you need to know, at least from the words you can decode in case if you don't know. Okay, so sun temples are very rare in India, right? We have very less number of sun temples. You should know. Matan Sun Temple, Arsavalli we have in Andhra Pradesh. Okay, in Jammu and Kashmir also we have sun. In Gujarat we have, like this. You have to remember. Okay, then we have discussed about this. Nagara style has originated here. Okay, here you can see why it is considered as golden age. Okay, so why means first reason is literature. Literature, who have been there? we have discussed during Chandragupta II period. Okay, what happened? 9 jewels or Navratnas we call. So they have written their own books. Like for example, one of the Navratna is Kalidasa. What are the works of Kalidasa? It is very much important. Kalidasa's works. Hmm. Meghadutam. Hmm. Then hmm. Hmm. Very good. Malavika Agnimitram. Malavika Agnimitra. Vikramorvasiyam. Then Abhignana Shakuntalam. Then okay. Then next one Visakha Datta. What he have written? Devi Chandragupta. Hmm. Mudra Rakshasa. Hmm. Then Varahamihira. Here Ritu Samhara. Brihad Sanhita. Then Bhaskaracharya. Aryabhatiyam. Aryabhatta. Then Charaka Samhita. Doctors. Charaka Samhita. Sushruta. Then literature we have covered. Then maths. Aryabhatta, Bhaskaracharya, Varahamihira, like these persons also. And you know, zero, decimal system, pi system, all these were also invented during this time only. Okay. Then we have arts in the form of murals. What are murals? When you paint on a wall, that is called mural. Okay. You also have music sculptures developed at the same time, dancing also. Then this also noticed in Ajanta caves also we have. Then so they have even helped in renovation of Sanchi Stupa and all. Okay, they have given money and they have helped. Then here you have seen Hindu temple architecture also started with courtyard, shrines and all. And then we have metallurgy. What is this? Iron pillar of Mehrauli. Okay, so it was constructed during Chandragupta II period, which even till date it didn't rust. So that is also one of the notable metallurgical work, iron pillar of Mehrauli. Then medicine, we have seen Charaka Samhita, Shushruta Samhita, like this way they have given some good knowledge about medicine, surgical things and all. In this way, as it is flourishing in multiple sectors, okay, it is considered as golden age. But at the same time, it has suffered from social illness, a societal illness, by which it is considered as the descending stage of Indian society. Okay, so then what led to the reasons for downfall of Guptas? What is a major reason why Gupta rule came to an end?
uninventions.
Han invasions. Then
land grants and increasing feudal tendencies.
Feudalism is the main reason why it has led to a downfall of Guptas then.
Weak succeeding rulers.
Weak successes is also one of the reason, right? Then what happened? Next we have we have Harshavardhana. Okay, so what happened in Harshavardhana's period? He belongs to Pushyabhuti dynasty. Okay, so Pushyabhuti dynasty is this is the name of the ruler because he ruled from 606 AD to 647 AD. So this is a rule of Harshavardhana. He is considered as the last great ruler of ancient India. What actually happened during his time? Before that, you have to know he belongs to Pushyabhuti dynasty, and his father, who is ruling, Prabhakar Vardhan. Okay, he is ruling from the capital Taneshwar. Okay, so this is the initial capital. Later during Harsha, it will be changed to Kanaus. That means in the ancient kingdoms, if you have seen, everyone is ruling from Pataliputra. Okay, this is Magadha, Pataliputra here. But he shifted here to Kanaus, which is near Delhi and Haryana. Okay, so first time capital shift happened. So interestingly, this person came to power because of number of reasons. Okay, after this person, there is his brother, Harshavardhana's brother, and his elder son who came to power. But what happened? He also had a sister, and who was married to another one. So what happened? That particular sister's husband will be captured by the one of the Western rulers. At the same time, this Shashanka Gowda we have seen, no, the Bengal. So what happens when the sister's husband was captured? The sister also will be taken as booty. War booty will be taken. No? So what happened at that point of time? Harsha will go. Okay, but that brother's husband, so this Jayasimha, who is the brother of this Harshavardhana, he will be killed by that Shashanka of Gowda dynasty in Bengal. Okay, so that person, when he was also killed and sister was captured, then Harsha will come to her rescue. Okay, to stop this from happening. Then Harsha will be taking to power and he will be ruling from Kanaus. Okay, in that way he has to take the power. Then how? You can see, except this northern western part, all these areas of northern India till Ganges River. Okay, the eastern part you can say that was under the Harsha rule, and the capital was from Kanaus. So, what are notable things that happened during his time? He is religiously tolerant. Initially, he was a Shaivite. Okay, later on, he will embrace Buddhism. What are the major sources we have? Banabhatta, Harshacharita, and in Guptas we also have Amogavarsha also, no? Harshacharita, written by court poet Banabhatta. We also have Huyen Tsang, who is a Chinese traveler who came to India. Su Yu Qi. This is a traveler compilation of Huyen Tsang, who also visits during Harsha time. Along with which Harsha also himself authored 3 books. What are those 3 books? Ratnavali, Priya, Darsika, Nagananda. So these are the books authored by Harsha himself. So very rarely we have some kings who will be authoring. Okay. their own books will be written. So those things will be ultimately important. Like Hala we have seen, no? So the rulers will be rarely poets. So those things you have to keep in mind. Then he's also famous for Grand Assembly of Kanaus. What is this? It is an assembly of Hinduism, Buddhism, Jainism, where the scholars will be coming and meeting, okay, to discuss the religious things. It was noted in Vian science books. Then he also followed same decentralized administration only. Then he followed Mahayana Buddhism. Society, is there any improvement in from the Gupta's time or same?
Same.
It is same almost. Okay, these only are the reasons why we will have revivalism later on. Okay, so in the 7th century and all. Then feudalist and all these are still there. Although they decentralized administration on the lines of Guptas. So he'll follow the administration same like Guptas. Then we have discussed during Kumaragupta Nalanda University, no? So those are also receiving patronage during Harsha's times. Okay. Then also we have one religious assembly also, 12 years once. Maha Moksha Parishad. Maha Moksha Parishad. So this is also conducted during Harsha's times. Like this, we have number of events that are marking during Harsha's times. Okay. So with this, later on, okay, in 647 AD, he passes away. Successor also weak. Okay. Then what happened after 600 AD? 647 AD. (647 AD), ancient history ensued. Okay, but what happened? We have smaller regional kingdoms. Yes or no? Because there is no political integration till which kingdom? Advent of Delhi Sultanate. Okay, they have been regional in their influence. So wherever you have seen, like northern India, western India, southern India, everywhere there is localized kingdoms which have declared independently and they're ruling. Subsequently, they have their own successors. Okay, so these kingdoms I'll give tomorrow. But what we have to discuss is after Delhi Sultanate we have Mughals, no? But before this, what we have? Advent of Islam. That happened in 7th century AD. Okay. So what happened with as a reaction to this in India? When birth of Islam has taken place, what happened? Bhakti and Sufi movements start. Okay. Why they started? What are the reasons for Bhakti and Sufi movements? See, till then, two religions, Buddhism and Jainism, are formed earlier as a reaction to the Hindu orthodox practices only, no? So Vedic whatever the practices, sacrifices they are there. So again, they started declining. Now they thought that in case if you are not reviving the Hinduism and all, so it will like definitely will give space for another new religion. So how they have to protect? Not emphasizing much on sacrifices and ritual part, but what they have to do? They have to focus on devotion. They consider this as the moksha or liberation or the way of attaining salvation. Then another main disadvantage of Vedic system is maintaining Varna system or caste system. But what Bhakti movement have done? They promoted equality, oneness. Okay, they wanted to achieve egalitarian society. That is why if you have seen any of the reformers, Bhakti movements and all, they have focused on eradicating the caste system and untouchability and all. Then, what are the other reasons? Did they say idolatry worship has to be practiced? They didn't focus on idolatry. Instead, they said, you meditate, devote, okay? Devote yourself to the God, devotional aspect. Then, they didn't emphasize even on sacrifices also. These are all the things which they have seen, major reasons, okay? So in this way, this led to the reform movements again in the 8th century onwards. Who is the first person to origin in this? Adi Shankaracharya, okay, from the state of Kerala in 8th century AD almost, okay. So he started this Bhakti movement. Then what happened? Again, there has differences in these also, okay. So what is his origin? We have seen earlier, no, in Vedic literature, we have seen 4 Vedas. From there we have Brahmanas, which are commentaries, from where we have Aranyakas, then Upanishads. In Upanishads, we have Upanishads or Vedanta, I told you. Okay, here you have Astik and Nastik. Okay, so here again you have divisions. Here you have 6, no? We have seen Vedantas. Okay, what are those 6? We have discussed the 6 philosophies, no? What are those 6 philosophies? Sankhya, Nyaya by Gautama Muni, Sankhya by Kapila, Yoga by Patanjali, Vaisheshika by Kannada, Purva Mimamsa by Jaimini, then Uttar Mimamsa or Vedanta by Badrayana. Okay, that particular concept of Vedanta has given origin for number of groups again. Okay, divided into Dvaita, Advaita, Vishishtadvaita, then Dvaita, Advaita, then here we have the role of Bhakti reformers. Okay, although there were again classifications of Nirguna, Saguna and all, but major philosophical things got divided here from the Vedanta, which is the 6th school of philosophy. Who propounded Dvaita? Dvaita means what? Dvai, existence of dualism. Dualism means body and soul or separate. Atma, Paramatma is different. Dvaita, existence of dual. Then Advaita means dualism. Here they consider Atma and Paramatma is same, one, non-dualism. Vishishtadvaita means special, non-dualism. This was propounded by, then Dvaita, okay, Madhavacharya. Okay, so this I'm giving as a homework, work on it. Okay, which Bhakti reformer has given which philosophy, who have taken which philosophy, you have to find it out and do it for the next class. Okay, even the online students also take it as a homework. Then what are the philosophy main proposers of Bhakti movement and Sufi movement, and what are the orders in Sufi movement also. Okay, you have Suhravardi, Chisti order, like this we have different orders, no? Go through them also. What are the basic things and who propounded which particular thing. Okay, so then we'll also identify, tomorrow we'll discuss the medieval India in brief, but what you have to understand is in medieval how the questions are being asked. Okay, I'll introduce here. What are the key areas which are being asked every year in medieval? Those are common, like in ancient also, but I'm asking the kingdoms or the areas. Yes, one by one. Delhi Sultanate. Then Mughals. Then okay, invasions we are seeing. Okay, then most importantly, Vijayanagara. This is most important area of UPSC. Every year, one question is coming guaranteeing from Vijayanagara Empire. Then Bhakti, Sufi movements. This is also very important area. That is why I asked you to do the homework. Then from here, they're asking administrative things. They're asking art and architecture, and they're asking about unique things which they have introduced, or for what reasons. For example, Alauddin Khilji, if you have seen, is introducing the market reforms, paying the soldiers in cash, all these things, innovative things. And Muhammad bin Tughlaq for token currency, these type of things. So whatever they're responsible, you have to know those, and capitals in architecture and all. And Mughals also the same. Always you have to remember the timelines also. They can ask you to arrange in the chronological order also. For example, how many dynasties are ruling this Delhi Sultanate? 5. What are those 5? Slave dynasty, also called Mamluk dynasty, followed by not Khalji, then Tughlaq, then Syed, then Lodi. Lodi will be displaced by Babur of Mughals in 1526. Okay, here you have to know the battles also. In Mughals, what is the timeline? 1526 Babur, then Humayun, then Akbar, then Jahangir, then Shah Jahan, then Aurangzeb. After Aurangzeb, we have later Mughals that will be studying in modern India. So, because with the death of Aurangzeb, Mughals, okay, they will start declining and medieval India also ends. Then we have modern India. Okay, so what is the approach is you have to focus on these areas first. Then you have to prioritize other areas. Like in the main times, we have Chandela dynasty, okay, and we also have Gujara Pratiharas, all these, okay, tripartite battles and all. These will be the next important things, whatever you are studying in medieval. So they have to focus main on these areas first. Okay, these are every year asking. If you see the questions, every year from these sections only questions are being asked. Okay, then what are the other things you have to focus upon?
South India Cholas.
South India. Why Cholas? There is some reason also this time.
Sengol.
Sengol. In new parliament we have used the Sengol, no? So that is also of Cholas. Okay. Then in ancient we'll also discuss Sangam. Okay. Sangam literature is also very much important for prelims and mains in UPSC also. Then in southern India, what are the other kingdoms we have? Very important kingdoms. Cholas are most important. Chera Pandyas, they have less importance only, but still we'll know. Shatavahanas are already ancient, no? Medieval, I'm asking. Kakatiyas, very good. Then? Then? Rashtrakutas. Then? Chalukyas. Here, when you study about Chalukyas, we have Western Chalukyas, Eastern Chalukyas, Badami Chalukyas, and all. From the Western Chalukyas, only one king named Pulakesin II. What he have? He'll fight the battle with Harshavardhana of Kanaus. Who will win? Pulakesin II. Harsha got defeated in his hands. So the boundary, Narmada river will be the boundary between Pulakesin II and Harshavardhana. So he got defeated in the hands of Pulakesin II, and that was recorded in eye-hole inscription of Ravi Kirti, who is the court poet of Pulakesin II. Okay, again those Western Chalukyas will fight with which dynasty in the southern part? No, not Cholas. Narsimhavarman, Pallavas. Okay, Narsimhavarman, Mahendravarman, like this. We Chitrakarapuli. We have Mamalapuram Shoal temples, and also there also we'll be studying about Pallavas. Okay. Then here Western, Eastern are not so important, but still okay. Vengi Chalukyas and all, but Western Chalukyas are very important. Okay, their architecture aspect, Vesara style, these are important. Then what are the other kingdoms we have in the medieval? Marathas, we have to include them in the medieval or modern. Then at the time of Aurangzeb, they'll continue in the modern. Okay, so it's better, but we'll complete it tomorrow only. Okay, so because in the modern Indian history we have many of things to be covered, so I'll cover this also in the medieval. Okay, so these will be the main topics of discussion for tomorrow. Okay, now we'll discuss the previous year questions. Okay, so let's see, like in case if you can answer the questions. Then we'll quickly revise once. Okay, so let's see how much we can remember. Old NCRT, it may take time, but if you go through new NCRT, hardly like for one particular book, it will take half day. If you full-fledgedly devote, then highlight it or note down the most important points. Then just revise them, because easy questions are coming from new NCRTs which you cannot ignore. Okay, so don't neglect them and don't lose the marks there. So if some easy question comes, you have to answer, because your peers also will be answering. Otherwise, you will be out of the competition. Okay, so let's see the first question here. With reference to ancient India, okay, concept of stupa is a Buddhist in origin. Stupa means what? Buddhist relics we have seen, right? So this statement is correct, because till then we don't have this burying the remains of the Buddha and all. So that originated right from Buddhism. So this is correct. Then stupa was generally a repository of relics. They themselves have defined. Correct. Then stupa was the votive and commemorative structure of Buddhist tradition. Is that statement correct? Commemoration means what? To mark something, an event. Okay. So whether stupas are constructed to mark some events, this is where the trap is. This is also a correct statement. That is why I asked you to read NCRT. In 12th standard NCRT, there is clear mention about this particular question regarding stupa. That is why you have to go through here. The answer is all three. Okay, this is a basic question on stupa related to Buddhism, Jainism. Here, with reference to ancient southern India, Korkai, Pumpuhar, and Muchri. So I didn't discuss this Pallavas, Pandyas, and all. Where we will be having this Pumpuhar, Kaveri Patnam or Pumpuhar. So what is it? It is a port city. Answer is B. Okay. Then next question: which of the following explains the practice of Vattakirutal mentioned in Sangam poems? Kings employing women bodyguards, learned persons assembling in royal courts to discuss religious and philosophical matters, young girls keeping watch over agriculture fields, driving away birds and animals, king defeated in a battle committing ritual suicide by starving himself to death. See, in case if you don't know anything also. Okay, so here they mentioned about Sangam. Okay, so let's see this C option. Is that practically possible at that point of time? Like young girls that kept to watch agriculture fields, driving away birds and animals. So this cannot be. You can rule out this. Then D, a king defeated in a battle committing ritual suicide. Will that be the case? No. Then you have two options. One is learned persons assembling in the royal courts and poets, or you have kings employing women bodyguards. Among these two, which you can consider Vattakirutal? It is A. Okay, where kings employed women bodyguards. Women bodyguards means recently also you are saying no. So that is why these unique things can be asked in questions. Okay. So in this way, at least even if you don't know among A and B, you can take the 50% risk compared to the leaving the question, because you can C and D you can easily rule out. Okay. So they appear very common. Okay, so they cannot be so unique here. Then here you can see souls are not only the property of animal and plant life, but also rocks, running water, and many other natural objects not looked on as living by other religious sects. So what is this? I told you which religion is emphasizing on souls. Jainism. Okay, so everything in the universe have soul. That is what Jainism believed in right from the beginning. So easily you can answer straightforward basic question, 2 marks. Then here site and well known for Base Nagar, they have given Shaivet cave, and you have Baza caves, this is Buddhist, and they have given Sitavansal Jain cave. Okay, so what is correct here? How many are correctly matched? Sitavansal we have seen, it is Jain. Then Baza, what is the answer, online students? See, if this is a 2023 question and you are not able to answer, then what is the work you're doing in PYQs? One only. Have you heard about Baza caves? Are they Buddhist? Base Nagar Shaivet. So here is the trap. Whether these are correctly matched or not, you have to answer. With this, you can rule out only one option, ma'am. You have three options in your hand now. How to arrive at the answer? Yes? You're simply staring at the question or thinking in the background. Yes? You have to work in the background, right? If you just simply sit without developing the thought process in the exam, how you will feel? You'll feel so much stressed at that time, right? At least somehow you have to try to recollect some things. Only two. Which two you are thinking is the correct one? Nagar or Baza? Buddhist. You are thinking that Nagar is not a Shaivite cave. Yes, what is the answer? Recently, UPSC has given a key also. At that time also you didn't check, right? Then if you have checked, it has been like hardly 10 days or week since it has been released. What do you think is the option here?
Mostly one only.
Only one. You don't think Baza is a Buddhist cave? Answer here is only two. Which two are correct? Other than Sittavansal, you have to do as homework. Okay? Then, coming to this question, which one of the following regions was Danya Kataka, a prominent Buddhist center under Mahasangikas? It's clear, right? Andhra. Okay? Amravati, Danya Kataka. Then, 2022 questions. You have rock edicts, Ashokas. Every year, one question coming from Ashoka, the stupa or something. Okay? So, you have to know Dauli, Odisha, Erragudi, Andhra Pradesh, Jaugada, Madhya Pradesh, Kalsi, Karnataka. How many are correctly matched?
3.
Yes?
3.
Three. What are those three?
Dauli.
Dauli. Okay.
Erragudi.
Uh,
Kalsi.
what about Jaugada?
That's Odisha.
You are saying three only correct. What is your answer? You have no clue. Completely new to ancient, or you are not feeling confident? Why?
పోర్షన్ అంతా గుర్తుండదు నాకు ఓన్లీ ఐవీసీ వరకే ఉంటుంది తర్వాత ఈ రాకెట్ ఇచ్చి ఇవన్నీ అసలు గుర్తుండదు.
Okay. So you're not able to remember the facts. Okay. What is the key then? If you're not able to remember the facts, everyone, even the human brain, every human brain has difficulty remembering the facts. Then how you have to overcome this?
Repetition.
By revising number of times, right? If I say same point 3-4 times, you feel initially bored, then you will feel angry. Then why she is repeating and wasting my time? Then, but ultimate result is that will be fed in your brain for long, at least. Okay, for the next 1 month or 2 months when your job is done. In the meantime, yes or no? That is what is the only key to remember the facts. Okay, repeatedly revise. I'm not saying to revise everything, so that is why I didn't go very deep also. If I go deep, we cannot complete ancient history in one class, hardly in 5 hours, right? So we cannot do that. But what you have to do is you have to focus on selective reading. What selective reading? Focus areas we have discussed in the beginning, no? IVC, we have Vedic age, Guptas, Mauryas, Buddhism, Jainism, where every year one question minimum is coming. So those areas you have to prioritize first, and you have to stick to your sources without diversifying. Then you have to go through the basic timeline. You should understand the timeline, chronology. Then you have to go through the basic parts, like whenever you're starting a kingdom, what are the capital? What is the geographical location? What is the timeline they have ruled? Okay, is there any other notable thing associated, like we have seen Guptas? So during Guptas there is some particular architecture aspect also. Those things you have to focus. Like that, when you revise many number of times, you can easily overcome this problem of remembering the facts. Okay, then what is your answer with respect to this? Three only. You are not saying this Jaugada is the correct match. Okay. Then, with respect to second question, Sangam literature. Sangam poems are devoid of any reference to any material culture. Extreme statement. Any Okay, you can easily rule out this. Then social classification of Varna system is known to Sangam poets. That can be right even if you don't know. There is no rigidity in the statement or extremity. Then Sangam poems have no reference to warrior ethic. You cannot. Sangam literature refers to magical forces as irrational. So you can directly arrive at the answer, even if you don't know about the particular question also. In this way, sometimes UPSC will be giving the clue. Okay, how you have to catch is the technique. Just identify the previous year questions. If you repeatedly watch those questions, you can understand the trick which they have given. Okay, or the logical deduction. Here, these are given the Jain texts are asking how many of these are Jain texts. So 1, 2, 3 like this only they have asked. They didn't ask the combinations. So how many of these are Jain texts?
2 and 4.
Only 2 and 4. You are saying 1 and 3 are not correct. Why?
Not a correct answer.
You couldn't arrive at the answer. Huh? What about you? So these type of questions you don't normally see in any of the reference books. Okay, they are in very depth. So what you have to do? Only 2 ways you have. One is to answer or otherwise you have to leave. What is advisable is, in case if you don't know. See, these type of questions, they have some extremity, they're giving some clue. But here, how you can refine these questions? Yes or no? You have no clue written there. What you have to do? Just leave the questions in case if you don't know. Don't try to attempt these questions. Okay? In case if you attempt, what happens? That may go wrong as a negative. Okay? So here I'm giving a clue. This is also one of the Jain text only. Then answer. A only will be gone. Then
C will be.
C also gone. Huh? Why?
Jain.
This is a Jain text. Okay. So you are stuck between B and D. So what would be the option? B. 2, 4 only. Why not 3? Avadana Shataka. Those words are very difficult to decipher, right? Here we have Purana. If you think that is a Hindu, then you can answer. That is why they'll give 1, 2, 3 at the beginning to fall you in the trap. Yes, what is the answer? Just take a risk. అక్కడ ఆలోచిస్తారు, నాకు చెప్పాల్సిన ఆన్సర్ రెస్పాన్సిబిలిటీ ఉండదు కదా. మీకు అక్కడ మీరే కింగ్, మీరే క్వీన్. వాట్ ఎవర్ యూ పుట్ యువర్ ఎఫర్ట్. బి. వాట్ ఈస్ యువర్ ఆప్షన్? D. 2, 3, 4. Yes, you 1, 3, 4. Huh? ఇక్కడ అటెంప్ట్ చేయమనట్లేదు, జస్ట్ ఆన్సర్ చేయమంటున్నాను. ఎక్కడ ఇదా? Okay, so you're thinking that 3 may be wrong, so you're going for 2, 4 only. Okay, what about you went with another logic? Why not 1?
Not fitting in options.
Not fitting in options. You're not arriving directly at the answer, but you're thinking options are not matched. So what will be the option? D. 2, 3, 4. It is 2, 3, 4. Okay. Then, with respect to this, historical person famous for Aryadeva, Jain scholar, Dignaga Buddhist, Nathamuni, Vaishnava scholar. How many of these are correctly matched?
First one is right.
Aryadeva, Jain scholar, Dignaga,
It's also right. Correct.
correct only. Then Nathamuni, Vaishnava scholar only. So what is the advantage of these questions is,
I can tell you.
see, in case if you know about only one fact and if you are confused about these two, okay, in case if you think this is correct, but this is actually correct, then how many you will choose? Only 2 pairs. Even if this is correct, incorrect also, the answer will be same. That is a positive thing in case if you attempt. That means if you're sure about one, if you're confused about two, if it goes wrong also, then you're still arrived at the same answer. That is only 2. There can be a probability. Okay, that is why if you know one pair among these options, try to attempt those questions. Okay, because there is a probability among these to be one correct. Normally, when they give matching, they'll try to interchange some statements, at least one, so that one will be correct and second pair may be wrong. So, what is the answer here? Only 2 pairs is correct here. Okay, what among those 2 are correct?
Yeah, 1 and 2.
1, 2. Nathamuni is he's a Jain scholar. Okay. Then about Kautilya Sadhashastra. A person could be a slave as a result of judicial punishment. If a female slave bore her master a son, she was legally free. Then third, if son born to a female slave was fathered by her master, the son was entitled to get legal status of master's son. How many of these statements are correct?
1 and 2.
Why 1 and 2 only? Why not third statement? What's wrong here? If a son born to female slave was fathered her by master, then the son will be entitled to legal status. If you nurture him, then there is a chance that you can give legal higher status also to the person, right? That was all written, right? You don't underestimate any book, because why recently also we're referring Kautilya Shabdasastra also, because it is considered as statementship in the recent times also. So here the answer is 1, 2, and 3. All 3 statements. There is nothing extremity or nothing impossible in the statements. These appears to be correct only, right? Okay. Here, a person could be a slave due to judicial punishment. It can be done. In case if a female slave have a son, then she can be legally free, right? Then here the son, in case if he's fathered by the master, then he can have the legal status of a son. So all 3 are correct. Then this question, which of the following ancient towns is well known for its elaborate system of water harvesting and management by building series of dams? We have discussed, right? Dholavira. Then, from the decline of Guptas until the rise of Harshavardhana, the early 7th century. They're asking here, clearly mentioning early 7th century, which of the following kingdoms are holding the power in northern India?
One is
Guptas of Magadha. Then 4. This is also correct. You're saying. Then
6.
yes,
6.
6. Then
2.
2. This you're saying they're there. Why not 3? Pushyabhutis, I told you of Taneshwar. Pushyabhuti dynasty itself is Harsha, no? Harshas. So it happened between the decline of Guptas and rise of Harshavardhana, they are there. So third have to be there. Let's see when like we can solve with this question or not. How many we have? 1, 3, 4, 6. Okay. What is the catch here is, even if you don't know about this, okay, the main clue is here. Devagiri Yadavas. They're contemporaries to Kakatiyas. Okay. So if you rule out option 5, how many? Gone. 2 gone. And here the catch is between 1 or 4. You can check the fourth statement or first one. Guptas of Magadha. Immediately after Guptas, you can have Guptas, right? Okay. So here the option can be 1, 3, 4, and 6. In that way, you have to answer the basic thing they have asked. Okay. Then, with reference to the history of ancient India, Bhavabhuti, Hastimala, Shemavara were famous for, whether they are Jain monks, playwrights, or temple architects or philosophers. Recently, they also started asking these European names also. If you have seen, last year also they have given some European names and what are they associated with.
States. Then
What is your answer? A or B? D. What is your answer? Answer is playwrights, B. It's not Jain monks or philosophers. That is why only if you know, answer. Otherwise, leave these type of questions where you will be losing in negative. Then, which of the following phrases defines the nature of Hundi in the post-Harsha period? Okay, the terminology based question. In case if you read about legal things, okay, negotiations, Indian Negotiations Act, and we have Bill of Exchange. Okay, there even in the recent times we'll be using the term Hundi. It is a Bill of Exchange. Okay, then who among the following rulers advised his subjects through his inscription? Whosoever praises his religious sects or blames others out of excessive devotion to his own sect with the view of glorifying his own sect, he rather injures his own sect very severely. Did you understand? Don't compare with other religious sects. If you wanted to say that your sect is dominant, then it is hurting your own sect. That is what inscribed in one of the inscription. And who is responsible for this? Undoubtedly Ashoka, no? When he adopted the practice of Dhamma, religious tolerance, equal treating and all. So he said no more sacrifices, respecting elders, respecting other religious persons. So all these were part of his Dhamma. So answer here is Ashoka. He have given in his inscription such phrases were written. Then with reference to the period of Gupta dynasty in ancient India, the towns Gantashala, Kadura, Chaul were known as.
ports.
Is there any capital we have seen with these? No. Places of exquisite stone and architecture. Important Buddhist pilgrimage centers. So you can narrow down this. But here you have 3 options still there. Okay. If you know, in Andhra Pradesh we have a town called Gantasala in Krishna district of Andhra Pradesh. Then answer here is, as it is having coastal area port. Okay. The foreign trade. So this is how the questions are being asked. So now quickly we'll revise what we have discussed. Right from the types of history. Prehistory means no literary sources, only archaeological sources. What is the timeline? Stone ages, Paleolithic, Mesolithic, and Neolithic. Chalcolithic also. Then we have proto-history where Indus Valley civilization is there. That belongs to the proto-historic where literary sources are there but we couldn't decipher. Then we have historic period that is belonging to the Vedic age where literary sources are there and archaeological sources are also there. So that is historic age. Then we have discussed about the features of each age. Then we have discussed about Indus Valley civilization that belongs to proto-historic, also called first urban civilization or Bronze Age civilization, and also called Indus Valley Civilization, Harappan. Okay, so we have seen Indian specific sites. You have to focus on this year, especially on Rakhi Gadi. Okay, so Rakhi Gadi is in Haryana, and what are the unique things about Rakhi Gadi you have to know. Okay, then other IVC sites also you have to know from India. Then we also have seen unique features. Then what are the features of IVC? Town planning, then use of burn bricks, use of seals, science and technology in metallurgy, measurements. Okay, then we have religion in the form of nature worship. And do we have agriculture practicing then? Yes, we have, right? So rice cultivation, barley, all these are there. Okay, cotton is also known. Then domestication of animals is also known to these people. Then economy, they have trade relations with other kingdoms or other particular civilizations, and that is mainly through barter system only. There is no use of currency at that point of time. Okay, this is what we have broadly discussed. Then what led to decline of IVC?
Number of causes.
Number of floods or earthquakes or the drying of the Gaggar river, and also foreign invasions. That is what we have discussed. Then in the Vedic age, we have seen initially Aryan invasion that has led to the displacement of Harappans in Dasraja battle. 10 kings, okay, they have fought. And then we have also early Vedic and later Vedic. Okay, early Vedic where Rig Veda was compiled, later Vedic along with Rig Veda, three Vedas, Brahmanas, Upanishads, Vedangas, we have Puranas and epics like Mahabharata and Ramayana also compiled. Then we also have seen what is a society. In Rig Vedic period, most of the times egalitarian society, like men and women equal, there are no sati and all these practices prevalent much. But in the later Vedic, society got deteriorated more. Okay, so there is varna system creeping in. There is no occupation attached to birth. Okay, it was based on caste. So this is what it was developed in the later Vedic period. Then the form of worship in Rigvedic period, it is different. It is somewhat nature bound only, and they're pastoral people, no? So they used to worship the forces of nature, like Agni, Indra, Varuna, all this. Okay, male and female. But in the later Vedic, they started worshipping Rudra, Vishnu, Ganesh, Shakti. These type of modern day gods were worshipped in the later Vedic. Then what about the trade?
Not much.
Not much, because they have self-sufficiency. In the later times, in the later Vedic only, trade has flourished because excessive cultivation is possible because of iron, discovery of iron. And what happened here, the taxation is voluntary, Bali we call. Okay, but here it is mandatory. Then here there is no army maintained in the Rigvedic period with the king, but there is army maintained, and he wanted politically expand his kingdoms. That is what we have seen in the second later Vedic period. Okay, certain differences we have noticed. Then after later Vedic period, what happened? Because of these, so whatever the sacrifices, focus, and all these are there, what happened? There has been rise of two religious reforms in the form of Buddhism and Jainism that have. Okay, then we also have simultaneously Mahajanapadas. 16 Mahajanapadas we have, out of which only Magadha is the most powerful one. So in Magadhas we have three dynasties: Haranyaka dynasty, Shishunaga dynasty, and Nanda dynasty. Nanda was dethroned by Chandragupta Maurya, forming Mauryan Empire. After Mauryas, we have Mauryas, Chandragupta Maurya, Bindusara, Ashoka, then Dasratha. Like that, we have Bruhadatta. He will be killed by whom? Pushyamitra Sunga, who is the commander, following Sunga dynasty. Sungas will be replaced by Kanvas. Okay, post Maurya we have foreign invasions in the form of Indo-Greeks, followed by Sakas, followed by Parthians, followed by Kushans, Kanishka. Okay, silk route and all. Indo-Greeks are responsible for Gandhara architecture, and also they were the first persons to issue gold coins. Kushans, because of trade, silk route and all, and also they have issued purest gold coins in India. Okay, so there are good things that they brought, but most of the times they're related to art and cultural aspects only. Politically, they didn't achieve much. In Indo-Greeks, we have Milinda Panho, that you have to remember. Then after post-Mauryan, we have Guptas establishing in the northern part. In the southern part, in the post-Mauryan, whom we have Shatavahanas, Chola Chera Pandyas. Okay, in the Guptas, who is the founder? Sri Gupta, but most powerful one is Chandragupta I, followed by Samudragupta, who is considered as Napoleon of India. Then he is also the person next after Mauryans who have consolidated the larger extent of India, northern India. Then he was followed by Chandragupta II, who is assuming the title Vikramaditya. Chandragupta II. He adorned 9 gems or Navaratnas in his court. Okay, Kalidasa, like that we have seen some persons, and Mehrauli iron pillar inscription. Then we have Kumaragupta I. Kumaragupta I gave funding for Nalanda University, okay, Buddhist university. Then followed by Skandagupta. These are the famous rulers from Gupta dynasty. So then Guptas were replaced. Who are the Harshavardhanas or Pushyabhutis? Again, feudatories of Guptas only. Okay, so they have, after the decline of Guptas, they came to power by establishing Pushyabhuti dynasty. Okay, in the Pushyabhuti dynasty, Harsha's father Prabhakar Vardhan. So that person will start the rule from Taneshwar. Later on, Harsha will occupy and he'll shift the capital from Taneshwar to Kanaus. Same like decentralized administration, but he's famous for religious tolerance, accepting Mahayana Buddhism. Initially, he's not a Buddhist. He'll be converting into Buddhism. His sources are Huyen Tsang's Suyuki we have. Then he himself authored some books, Ratnavali, Nagananda, and Priyadarsika. Then Banabhatta also, Harsha Charitra was written. Okay. Then Grand Assembly of Kanauj and Mahamoksha Parishad. These were related to Harshavardhana's times. Then with 647 AD, death of Harshavardhana, ancient history ends. In the meantime, we have Shatavahanas also in the post-Mauryan age. Okay, so this is what we have learned. From tomorrow, that is medieval. Okay, I'll try to cover medieval. In case if we have time, we'll start modern also, some aspect, because modern we have lot of things to cover. Okay, to discuss year wise and the contributions, personality wise we have to check. Okay, governor generals, there are many things to be discussed. So what we'll do is we'll try to complete medieval first, the focus areas, and what are the other smaller kingdoms. From smaller kingdoms also you have to know certain things, like Chandela dynasty, they have contributed for Khajuraho temples. You have to know the cultural aspects there, or the timeline, they can ask you those also. So these type of things we'll discuss along with Bhakti Sufi. Okay, as part of your homework, read who have given the concept of Dvaita, Advaita, those things. Okay, philosophies. Then come for the next class. Just revise these basic things. Okay, it's not possible to go into deep and cover every aspect now. It is a just revision program, right? That is why we are covering in a broader way, which you have to focus upon. Okay, so tomorrow we'll meet with medieval, and the next day we'll discuss about modern India. Okay, if you have any doubts now, you can ask.
When value addition happens, only value.
You have any doubt? You? No? Okay. So then we'll meet.
Different stages are there. If they're involved, VAT is applicable. If they're not involved, remember primary market, secondary market. The more the middleman, the more the value addition. The less, if you look at only directly, we are purchasing. Maname direct ga kanchikelli. ఎవరైతే మగ్గం మీద నేస్తున్నారో వాళ్ళు అంత వెళ్ళే టైం లేదు, ఓపిక లేదు కాబట్టి వీఆర్ గో టు ఏ షాపింగ్ మాల్, సౌత్ ఇండియా షాపింగ్ మాల్, సిఎంఆర్ షాపింగ్ మాల్. What they have done, they procure from them, they created all whatever jiggle facilities inside the shopping malls. That is value. So value addition also involves secondary and tertiary. మామిడికాయ జ్యూస్ అయింది, మామిడికాయ జ్యూస్ ఇంకో బాటిల్ మ్యానుఫ్యాక్చరింగ్, that's the value addition component. Labeling, stickering, marketing.